Welcome back to part 2 of Detective Dye The Silk Rose Murders with myself and Blobber.
G'day, g'day.
We will continue where we left off as we just got started on chapter 2 of this game. We have done the prologue and the first chapter, and there's now been a new murder. Okay, it does not go us through the little tiny chapter cutscene. Very well. Let's see. Our inventory should be empty. And we have Lieutenant
New chapter,
Ma.
empty inventory, yep. It's nice, rather than keeping all the old things and trying to rub all the old things on new objects and they do nothing.
Mhm.
What was your voice? He was the happy man. Magistrate D, I'm so glad to see you. As you've no doubt heard by now, it's happening again. Or happened again, sorry. Sometime between 2 and 3 hours ago, the lady of this house was brutally murdered while she was reading in the study.
Go on.
It's just a horrible mess, like what happened to Zhu Lin Fei.
Sorry, had to adjust the dog.
It took me a moment to gather myself after I saw it. Like a flashback, except it wasn't. These two women, they've been murdered in the exact same way.
What else have you found out?
This place belongs to Lam Haifeng. The victim was his wife, a young woman named Shi Wen Yan. Apparently, they've been married for less than a month. The Lambs employ an elderly house steward and 2 servants. But all 3 live on a small adjacent residence south of the main compound. As far as we know, the 3 of them had completed their tasks for the day and had returned to their residence when the murder took place. The front gate has a rather flimsy lock, which our killer seems to have picked up without difficulty. The coroner, Yao, is in there examining the body. He can tell you more about the crime scene.
Okay, so you can hear him if you turn the volume up to max on Twitch, but not otherwise. Would you... Do you have any opportunity to turn your microphone up a little bit higher on your end?
Yes, but not tons more. We can do there, and there, and there.
Mhm.
That's about as many multiplier things as we can do.
Okay. Well, then we have done everything we can, I think.
Without blowing your eardrums out.
Oh, I'm already on minimum on my side, so. But yeah, hopefully it's okay. At least hopefully we're balanced. Did you speak to the husband?
Only briefly. He seemed quite shaken, but also to have a solid alibi. Sorry, he's in the study now, waiting to speak to you. My bad.
It's fine. Thank you, Lieutenant. You stay here and make sure no one goes in or out. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Do we have anything in this scene? find? To the house. Okay, so he looks devastated. Was once a rising star among military elites. Why did he choose to give that up? Excuse me, Lam Haifeng. Mr. Lam. Mr. Lam.
He's sleepwalking?
I think he's just distraught.
Yes, I'm Lam Haifeng.
Are you alright? I'm sorry. The man literally lost his wife. They've just recently been married. Her body is still on the floor in a pool of blood, and we go, "Hey, you're all right." I'm Magistrate D. Ranger, and I'm in charge of this inquiry.
I apologize for my poor manners. My mind is a jumbled mess.
There will be time for grief. For now, you must gather yourself. I only have a few questions.
Of course, please proceed. I want to help in any way that I can. I know time is of the essence.
Okay, tell me about yourself.
Had you asked me this question the other day, I would have given you an assured response. Son of a general, golden boy destined for greatness, or at least that's what I was told. Another Nepo baby. But in my heart of hearts, I knew that that life was not for me. I grew up with a sword in my hand, but it was a lie. I could never fulfill my father's legacy.
There is no dishonor in choosing your own path.
I thought so as well, yet here I stand, faced with utter ruin, my only love viciously taken from me, and my life shattered into 1,000 pieces. Perhaps I deserve this fate for my filial betrayals.
You must remain resolute. Do you think the memory of your wife deserves to be tarnished by doubt?
You're right. Wen Yan gave me the 2 happiest months of my life, and I will always cherish them.
Tell me more about your wife, Shi Wenyan.
After my father died, I was lost and alone. I had no sense of purpose or direction. When I met Wen Yan, she was a beacon of hope. She helped me see a new life. Divorced from my military duties that had shackled me for so long. I had no wish to spend the rest of my days in one military barracks. After another, I fell in love with Wen Yan, and she became the center of my world.
And you married her only a short time later?
Yes, we were married a few weeks after we met. I didn't want to waste any more time. Wen Yan also had a difficult life, and we both wanted to start anew.
What do you know about Shi Wenyan's past?
I think she was a bookkeeper for a time. She was an incredibly smart woman, but struggled to find steady employment. Attractive, strong-minded women like her, well, they're often seen as a threat. But that is what I loved about her so much. Her spark, her intelligence. Her curiosity and thirst for knowledge, which was unquenchable. That's why she spent so much time in this room. She loved to sit and read for hours.
Tell me more about your retirement from the Imperial forces.
It was a clear repudiation of my father's wishes, but after his death, I couldn't continue the charade. I grew tired of the political machinations of a perverted military upper class. Men like General Zhang who will abuse their power simply to perpetuate it. I found peace in my new life, something I could never dream of before.
What can you tell me about General Zhang?
Zhang Chao is more reptile than man, if you were to ask me. He courted my father's backing on many occasions, hoping to consolidate power in the shadows. But my father resisted until the very end. He knew a man like Zhang could not be trusted.
Did Zhang attempt to contact you?
More than once, yes, but I had no patience for his odious nature, let alone his deplorable schemes. No, there was nothing for us to talk about. His advances were squarely rejected. As a matter of fact, I had to turn away one of his lackeys this very morning.
What was the purpose of the visit?
He came to remind me of some kind of special meeting taking place tonight, a gathering of so-called patriots assembled by Zhang himself. Apparently, an invitation was sent to my father before he died, but I had long lost interest in such political antics to pay any attention to it.
The gathering is tonight? Do you know where your father put that invitation?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Tell me what happened here.
I'd been out all afternoon. When I came home, the servants had already retired to their private residence. But I knew something was wrong when I saw that the front gate was unlocked. I noticed the light from this room and assured Wenyan was reading, as she has the habit of doing on most evenings. When I stepped inside, there she was, dead, defiled, drenched in her own blood.
Where were you this afternoon?
I was at a tea house discussing business with friends, 2 of them. You can speak to them if you wish. I told this to your lieutenant already.
Other than those involved, who knew about your meeting at the tea house this afternoon?
No one. I was meeting my friends to discuss a small business venture, and I saw no reason for anyone to take an interest in this routine affair.
How often were you having these meetings?
Three times a week. My friends are busy merchants. We do our best to schedule the meetings ahead of time, but I still don't understand. Why is this relevant?
It is precisely because these meetings were routine that they may be of relevance. Think of it. How did the killer know your wife would be alone?
You're right. Someone knew my movements. How could I be so careless? Oh, Wen Yan, what have I done?
Did your wife have any enemies, people who would have wanted to harm her?
My wife was a gentle and reserved person. She had no enemies.
And perhaps someone hurt her to get to you. I imagine a man in your position makes a few enemies along the way.
But I've given all that up. I know my retirement ruffled some feathers, but my decision was met more with ridicule than resentment. Truth be told, most people were happy to see me walk away. It gave them another vacant position to fight over.
Did anyone take special interest in your decision?
Now that you mention it, General Zhang did pay me a visit. He wanted me to reconsider. He said a new regime was on the horizon, that I could play a key role in it. Had I promised him my allegiance, my father's troops would have followed my lead, but I refused him on the spot and told him to leave and never come back. Do you think Zhang might be responsible for this? My father warned me about his intimidation tactics. Did I underestimate his depravity? If he's responsible, he will pay for this with his life. I swear he will. I apologize. I suppose retirement did little to snuff out the fighter in me. Please find her killer, Magistrate D. We are both in your hands.
I noticed a rather odd feature in your water garden. A walkway seems to be missing. Can you tell me why?
The walkway is an old remnant of my father's military heyday. It opens a passage to a secret war room. I haven't used it since he passed away, so I decided to keep the walkway closed.
Perhaps it would be prudent of me to have a look. How is the walkway opened?
Father would turn in his grave if he knew that I let anyone enter the room, but I suppose life is full of disappointments. There's a lever that opens the walkway. It's here.
We have a lever.
You need to figure out how to open the entrance on your own, though. I've forgotten the combination.
That's all for now. Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Let's see, is there anything on your desk? No. Everything seems to just be him. The right bookcase.
That's a huge vase.
General Lamb has collected a lifetime of knowledge in this room. This bookcase contains books and scrolls about the arts, philosophy, and the game of Wei Qi. We have the rose. The killer left behind another rose. We will take that. Another rose. It looks like our killer has a taste for theatrics. But why a rose? This library spans a great deal of subject matters. The bookcase contains books and scrolls about history, politics, and warfare. And what book is over here? There's a book by her side. Pick it up. It's a book on classic literature. The interior pages have been torn up. There's an inscription. It reads, "To my dearest beloved, may your days be filled with lovely words and even lovelier thoughts. Haifeng.
Oh,
Once again, the
Oh.
kill.
that's so sad.
Yep. Once again, the killer exploited a personal item belonging to the victim's closest relation, in this case, her husband. It's the same method he used to coerce Shu Linfei into surrendering to him. Both young women were unusually brave and selfless. Few could sacrifice themselves that way. Yet my intuition tells me something is amiss. Why did I act so passively in face of such a threat? Okay, let's have a look at the body. Lieutenant Ma was right. Her wounds match those found on Shu Linfei.
Am I going to be old man?
It's the
There
coroner.
you are. Oh. Okay, I thought this was a different old man. I didn't think coroner would like leave his office. There you are. I was wondering when you would join us. I hope you had ample time to digest your last meal. I had to send Lieutenant Ma outside, his face turned pale.
Thank you, Coroner Yao. I think I will manage.
Oh, you're right. It is definitely the coroner. Okay. Good. It's not every day one sees this kind of brutality. The poor girl has been eviscerated and left, well, exposed. As soon as we're done here, I'll have some constables take her back to the morgue.
Of course, let's make sure she's transported with care. Is a preliminary report ready?
Yes, I've finished my initial examination. The girl is dead, but she still has a lot to tell us.
What can you tell me about the victim?
She was in her early 20s, 24 according to her husband. Her sturdy build suggests an active, healthy lifestyle.
Yeah, she does seem particularly fit and strong.
Yes, just like Zhu Linfei. In fact, the similarities have struck me immediately. They share a remarkable combination of beauty and strength. If the same man is responsible for both killings, he's choosing his targets deliberately, I'd say.
What can you tell me about the cause of death?
All signs point to asphyxia. The killer most likely stood behind her and strangled her with some kind of rope or cloth. But there are no signs of struggle or a murder weapon. She was then cut open posthumously to facilitate the removal of her heart. I would say she died no more than 3 hours ago.
Are there any clues in the bloodstain patterns?
I'm glad you've asked. The patterns offer no revelations, but they do suggest that our killer might be becoming more efficient.
How so?
Take a closer look. The large laceration in her chest has made her bleed profusely, which is to be expected. But unlike last time, the killer has left no footprints behind. Lieutenant Ma won't get to practice his doodling skills today.
So our killer is honing his skills.
Precisely. He must have used rags to manage the initial blood loss. Most of the blood you see here was probably discharged after he left the scene.
Thank you, Coroner Yao. I will leave her under your care. Making sure there's nothing in the bookcases that are individual clicks. We can go to the garden. No, I shouldn't leave until I've examined the crime scene and investigated all the evidence. I thought I already had. Oh, there's a thing here with the carpet. There's a noticeable fold on this otherwise perfectly placed rug. Looks like a note.
Not a secret door?
Another one of the killer's note. Why is he leaving a trail for us to follow? Is it some kind of game to him? Okay, let's see. Let's check the rows. It looks just like the first one. Book we already looked at. And then the second note. To those who obey, let prey be mine. I have no sway, but that shall align. Can I now go to the garden? Yeah, that's so. The fact that I hadn't found that was the issue. Now, where do I use the lever? I'm assuming this bit, the slot? A uniquely shaped lever. Yeah, I keep doing the click when I mean
I
to
want to
drag.
pick it up, yeah.
Perfect fit. Use lever. Let's see what this lever does. That's a very fancy mechanism. So how good are you at Wakey?
I have no idea. Is this chess?
I think it might be a version of Go. It's a stone table for playing Wakey. It's customary for scholars to learn the intricacies of this board game from a young age, but I have to admit I'm a bit rusty. It looks like Go. Looks like some kind of stone key. Stone key added to inventory. Okay, yeah. Can I look at that stone key to see if there's any hint on it? Eternal ladder. This must be a clue to find the right combination for the wiki board. Okay, so if I go back, can I use the fact that it says Eternal Ladder with the books on Wakey, if that's like an established move set or something? Because it did say that there were a bunch of books.
I suspect it means that you can have a arrangement of stones where you take and then the enemy takes, and it basically resets back to the first state. And so you could just keep doing that.
I think so too, but I would also like to confirm that the game doesn't require you to have any knowledge about these sort of things. No, that's not a good idea. Okay. Do I need to talk to you about lending me your books? No. If I show you this.
You need this key to open the door to the war room. Unfortunately, I don't remember the combination.
Oh, but I really... Okay, now I can take things from here. Great. This looks promising. A scroll entitled, okay, Basic Position and Tactics. Here we go. All these positions. Which ones are correct? So I would assume then it's the ladder breaker we're supposed to place?
I would have assumed Rule of Eternity because we were told eternal.
Ah, true. Well, regardless,
Yeah. So look at that setup. If white goes in the middle of black, then black can go to the left where, like, its current left one is, and they just go back and forth.
Mm-hmm. I see. Well, have you taken a screenshot of it regardless? Because I'm assuming we have to place it exactly at that spot on the board, so...
Yes, I have. That was also my personal question, like, even if you knew what the ladder setup looked like,
Mm-hmm.
how would you know where to put it on the board?
Mm-hmm. But no, I like that we have now confirmed that the game does give you, like, everything you need. There's no previous knowledge required. Okay. So which was it 4 out? Was the empty one?
So, from counting leftwards from the right edge,
Mm-hmm.
go into and down 1, 2, 3, 4,
1, 2, 3, 4.
and then 2 to the left of that.
2 to the left of this.
Oh, so that, no, sorry. So the one that you were just on, put a black one.
Like on that.
Yep. And then 2 to the left of it, put another black. And then, like, that's the start of a cross, so above and below, but in the middle, put a black. Yep. And then 1 extra above.
Oh, extra above. For some reason I thought it was below. And then match it on this side with white, right?
And then, so basically on the left-hand side, just do white, white, white along the left-hand side where the ones currently are. Yep. And one on the left middle.
So like this.
There we go. Maybe put the stone back in? I don't know.
Hmm. No, it just... I don't push it or do anything else with it, it would seem. Hmm. Because there were just 4 whites.
Yep, that was all. Like, it looks exactly like the book.
Strange. You have a ponder. I'm just gonna quickly close the door to not let more of the heating out, as dogs have entered and left.
Well, we could try putting down the ladder one. That is a lot more tiles.
And I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, don't stress.
There still a little bit extra clingy with me after New Year's.
Fireworks stress.
Oh yeah, Costo absolutely panics at it. So he's been suffering now for about a week because people also sets up fireworks when it's no longer legally allowed, both before and after New Year's. So he's having a rough time. Have you thought of any ideas of what we can try?
Well, we can try the ladder one.
Okay.
Instead of the rule of eternity, because it did say. Oh.
Oh, both of
can
them?
we look at the?
Is it
No.
both of
Can
them?
we look at the? Can we look at the stone again? Because I think the text had different colors on the two words. Maybe you need to use the white setting of one and the black setting of the other.
Yeah, eternal and then ladder for white.
Yeah,
so
I think it wants us to use the
eternal
black
is black.
eternal.
Mm-hmm.
So leave the black ones down, but remove the white dots.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
And now we want white ladder. So counting from the left, top left, go right 2 and down 1, and that one is white. And then down the next row, left and right of the one that we were on are both white. And then the left-hand one is directly below, but the right-hand one, ooh, we have a problem. They overlap.
Hmm.
Because it wants the next white one, like, yes, the one that you're currently on, but it also wants one where the leftmost black one is. And I don't know
where
what
this
to do
one
about
is. Ooh.
That.
That is worse.
And then it wants going diagonal down and right from the current left one.
Okay.
For 3. 1,
Put 3 more.
2,
Okay, there.
3.
Could I ask you to send me the screenshot just so that I can ponder as well?
Yeah.
How we can solve this, because surely there's a way to solve this.
Oh, that image is going to be too big as is. I'll need to trim it down. Just a sec.
Ah, okay. No worries. Because it's an uneven number of stones, so it's definitely not like you have to place them in a specific order, like you have to go white, black, white, black. That's not a thing. So we don't have to mimic a game per se.
This file is too big. Make it a bit smaller.
Two powerful files. Okay, so it is just a Chinese name for Go. Good to know. Good to have that confirmed.
Okay. That works without being too big to send.
Right. Oh, I see. I see what it is. We're one too high on the black. The black should be one down. Because now we're on the first crisscross. We're supposed to be on the second crisscross.
Oh, we're meant to be... Okay.
We're supposed to be here. Because now we're on the second crisscross of the thing.
And now the whites won't overlap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Was that
So
it?
2 more diagonal whites.
2 more diagonal whites, okay. And if
That
I now
should be it. No,
try
that's
to...
too many by 1.
Okay. Too many by 1, so 1 less. No,
You want to grab it, not look at it, yeah.
Yay!
The right moves unlock the path. Chess master.
It's a bit dark in here. Oh, apparently we had a way to light the candles on us. That's better. Invitation. It's an invitation card. We'll take it. This must be the invitation Lam Haifeng spoke about. And we will look at it in our inventory. The Alliance needs you. Where? The East Pair aboard the Paradise Cloud. When? The next time our messenger visits you. Okay. Are there anything else in this bookcase? Nothing with the chest.
Well, we have a convenient show us all interactable button.
Yeah, but I want to try finding it first on my own. Feels cheating to go straight to the show interaction button. The Lamb clan produced generation of warriors. No wonder Lam Haifeng struggled for so long to find his own way. Sign totally not rebels. Yeah, couldn't be clearer. This age maze bears the dents and cracks of decades of combat. What about the map? There is a veritable fountain of knowledge down here. Okay, but it doesn't seem to be anything else, so...
Not the chest?
No, chest was not a thing. Yeah, we looked at everything. I didn't see anything there that... We looked at the map, we looked at the armor, we looked at the maze. I feel like we should definitely close that war room, though. I don't necessarily want that information to go into the wrong hands. Can I potentially at least seal it off here? Probably has no effect on the game. It's just, for me, this is bad detectiving. Just, yeah, I'll leave it open.
These killings have put me on edge. My wife is worried for me, but in truth, I can't help but worry for her. I've arranged for her to stay with her parents while this case is still unresolved.
Oh yeah, if you were working this case and you have a young wife, it's you probably would be a bit extra cautious.
It's nice that he thinks his wife is beautiful and she deserves to be targeted. Better than my wife's safe, she's an ugly hag.
It's like, yeah, I don't worry about my wife. No, no one would ever want to kill my wife. Let's see, nothing there. Uh, if I show you the invitation. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Do you have anything more to say to us, Corner? No, I don't think so. Okay. In which case,
Presumably we're meant to go to this meeting somehow.
I would assume we're supposed to meet the Empress Guard first and show them the invitation. I know last time it was very much like, don't go to the Empress before we tell you. Oh no, we can just go straight East Pair. We can't even go to the Empress. It's no longer an option.
Not allowed.
Okay. Who are you? My first priority should be to board the Paradise Cloud. But who is this? Her lanterns have dotted the waterway with a surreal golden hue. She seems heartbroken. And she's probably gonna be the next person to die. Must be Paradise Cloud, just as I suspected. Is this a flower boat? I suppose there is no better way to win over men of weak morale fiber than to seduce them with lavish feast and beautiful companions. Unfortunately, the ship's no longer docked. I'll need to find another way to reach it. There was a little boat over here with a fisherman.
Can't Prince of Persia jump?
We've already said we're not an athletic man. He seems entirely focused on his fishing. Excuse me, sir, may I trouble you for a moment?
Quiet down, you're startling my catch. Can't you see that I'm fishing?
Ah, yes, the southern
Here?
ancient Chinese.
I mean, do you really want me to do pretend
No,
Chinese
no.
voice that's...
No,
Yeah,
I'm not-
so.
I'm not
stick
saying that would be better. I'm just saying. Pardon the intrusion, but I assure you this is an important matter.
Important? What could be more important than a man and fish locked in the primal battle for supremacy?
If you insist on an answer, I would say that the district magistrate investigating a murder would count as being more important.
Very literal. What? Oh, I didn't mean to be rude. I get a bit obsessive about this hobby, mine. Who'd you say you were?
I'm the ranger magistrate of Chang'an.
I hope you'll forgive me, Mr. Magistrate D. Like I said, I tend to take this pastime a bit too seriously. What can I help you with?
Tell me about yourself. Do you come out often to fish at this hour?
Just ask me his boat, you silly man. I'm a retired professor of history. My name is Zhang Ran.
You just want me to spare your dialogue.
I always loved to fish, but my job occupied most of my time. When I retired, I promised myself I'd spend more time doing the things that I like. I mean, do we really need to hear about ex-fishing professor's backstory compared to solving the murder as the magistrate? I would say no. I'd just be like, yo, the boat. I'm the police. Give now. Goodbye.
But character, backstory, lore.
But the piers get a bit rowdy during the day, so I enjoy coming out here at night, when the waters are calm and all you can hear is the occasional laughter coming from the flower boat. Being here all alone, that's when I truly lose myself. There's nothing like the primal feeling of. Oh, please say that we get interrupted.
The life and death struggle between man and fish.
You got it, young magistrate.
What do you know about the flower boat?
This is the Paradise Cloud. If you want to see the most beautiful courtesans in Chang'an sing and dance the night away, it'd be the place to do it. But alas, a lowly commoner like myself could hardly dream of stepping foot in such a place. Besides, rubbing elbows with the aristocrats ain't my idea of a good night out.
Aristocrats?
Uh-huh, I've seen 'em. That is to say, I saw 'em. High society types, you know. Powerful officials, rich merchants, foreign dignitaries. Why, they file in at dusk and they sure as shooting don't come out till dawn.
And you saw them embark tonight?
Yeah, a whole bunch of 'em. Almost sneaky-like, if you ask me.
No, about your boat. Is this your boat?
This old thing? Been with me since, well, I honestly don't remember. Not too much to look at, I know, but it does do the job.
Then perhaps it can be of special service tonight. I need a ride. I have to board that flower boat.
The flower boat? Afraid I can't help you. No, sirree. That's right out of the question.
But it's barely 20 meters away. This is serious police matter.
Police business or not, my boat won't be leaving this pier, and if you want to know why, I'll tell you. The dead own the waters tonight.
The dead? I don't follow.
See that woman on the north side of the pier, the one that's been releasing them water lanterns into the river all night? As far as I can gather, she's mourning the loss of her sister. Those lanterns are meant to guide the soul of a departed to the spirit world. You understand now? I might not be overly superstitious, but I know enough not to tempt fate, and certainly not a grieving woman.
But surely an educated man like you doesn't believe in ghosts.
Education ain't got nothing to do with it. If you're foolish enough to go out there and disturb the dead, by all means, you can be my guest. But I won't risk myself or my boat becoming haunted by an angry ghost.
You stay put. I'll be back.
Sure thing, Skipper. So what, we scare away the lady?
Pardon me, may I have a word with you? Well,
Who's being sad lady?
I can be sad lady. You're already doing the Empress. I don't think we need more of more Queen Liz slash Mickey
More
Mouse.
Queen Lizzie?
I recognize that winged cap. Are you an officer of some kind? I've done nothing wrong. I'm Magistrate D. Renji. I'm not here to arrest you. Oh, good. Then please leave me alone. I need to go back to my ceremony. I'm afraid I can't do that. Not until you answered a few questions. Fine. What is it you want? Tell me about yourself. What are you doing here? My name is Mao Yi. I'm here because of my sister. She needs me. Your sister? Is her name Mao Wei? Yes. How did you know that? The envelopes you're holding in your arms so intently, they have her name on it. Oh, yeah. The letters she sent me before she died. My dearest sister. She's the only one who ever understood me. She was younger than me, but she took care of me like she was my big sister. She was always so wise, so giving. Are these ceremonial water lanterns? Yes, people say they can guide lost souls to the spirit world, where they belong. I need to help my sister find peace. I know she's out there somewhere. I can feel it. I don't want her to wander the world of the living with no place to go. Tell me about your sister. What happened to her? After marrying last spring, my sister moved to the neighboring city of Laoyang with her husband. She wrote me a letter almost every week. At first, they seemed happy, but then came the news that her husband had been in an accident. A heavy stone had fallen on him, crushing the right side of his body. Most of his injuries healed, but his arm was permanently paralyzed. A stone mason with a lame right hand. Can you imagine? They fell on hard times. That's when her husband, despite my sister's protest, decided to take their savings and try his luck in the gambling dens. That fool threw away all they had left. But not only that, each time his pockets emptied, he borrowed from loan sharks to refill them. But the loan sharks didn't forget his death. No, they didn't. Those ruffians have no conscience. They went to my sister's house and demanded payment. When her husband resisted, they beat him to death. After that, they made her responsible for the money he owed. They gave her 3 days to make payment, or else. That's when the letter stopped. And you believe your sister met the same fate her husband did? I would have heard news from her otherwise, I'm sure of it. I know my sister. She wouldn't have stopped writing to me unless something happened. Tell me about your sister's letters. Like I mentioned before, she sent me a letter every week, without fail. She wrote such lovely letters too. She shared with me everything that was happening in her life. Just like when we were young, we would talk all night. May I see the letters? I promise to return them straight away. Alright, but please be careful with them. Okay, we now have Mao Wei's letters. Thank you for sharing your story. All I want now is for my sister to rest in peace. Most of these letters date back to before the financial troubles and hold little interest. But this last one is quite interesting. The envelope it came with has a curious note written on it. Remove you and me and 4 are left. Count using mother and father's birthday and chosen word shall manifest. My dearest sister, not a moment goes by that I don't regret leaving our family home for this sorry existence. Now I fear for my life. My husband is dead before my own eyes. Those gangsters battered him into oblivion. Now they want me to settle his debt, but 3 days is all they've given me. How can I pay them? They ask for the impossible. Hiding is my only option. They can go to hell. I plan to escape to the countryside, but east or west I've yet to decide. I promise to write again soon, but if you do not hear from me in 1 month, consider this a final farewell. My way. Oh, how is it that this one goes again? Move you and me, and 4 are left. I know I've seen something similar like this before.
Bark, bark.
Well, I guess we still need her mother and father's birthday. Even if we remove you and me and 4 are left.
What was this lady's name again? Can we ask her name once more?
Oh, it shows up over her head. On the back of this envelope,
Sure.
your sister wrote a note. She mentions your mother and father's birthday. Do you know the meaning of that note? I remember seeing that, but it didn't make any sense to me. My sister never written anything like that to me before. I found it strange at first, but I didn't think much of it. Do you think it might be important? I haven't figured it out yet, but there may be something to it. Would you indulge me and tell me the dates? Well, I suppose it couldn't do any harm. Let's see. My father's birthday is on the 9th day of the 11th month, and my mother's birthday is on the 4th day of the 1st month.
Sure.
Okay. Well, the truth about your sister, we haven't figured out yet, so... I haven't figured out yet. I need more time to study the letter. All I want now is for my sister to rest in peace. Okay, and her name is Mao Yi.
Thank you. Because maybe they want us to remove her actual name.
So remove all the W-E-I's and...
Y-I's.
And 4 are left. That doesn't make sense, though. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. 4 are left. If we remove... I wish I could draw on this thing. Because there's 4 paragraphs if we remove my dearest sister and her signature.
Sure.
So if we count using mother's and father's birthday, chosen words shall manifest. So mother's birthday was when?
So it was the 4th of January.
So 4th paragraph. No. Would that be the 4th word in the 1st paragraph? In which case it would be goes. Or it would be first in the 4th paragraph and be I.
Goes or I, sure. Oh.
You sounded a bit robot-y there for a second.
9th of November.
Ninth of November.
Think I'm okay again. Discord probably just having a momentary hiccup.
That doesn't make sense.
Now, there's no way there's a 9th paragraph or an 11th paragraph.
Okay,
So what if the father is the word number and the mother is the paragraph? What if it's 9th word of the 4th paragraph and 11th word of the 1st?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then it would be west. 1, 2, 3, 4. Goes west.
Yep.
See,
Goes west kind of makes sense.
I would think, since they specify that it's 4
No,
paragraphs.
because you did 4. It should be 11. It should be 11 for that first one. 11th word of the first paragraph.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Our west makes less sense.
Our west makes less, but
if there's 4 paragraphs, let's assume that there is 1 word in each paragraph, because we have 4 numbers. So for the first one, it would be then first of month. So first word, not. By that logic, second paragraph would be first word, dead, not dead. Second paragraph would be, that was the 11th month, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hiding. And hiding, and then it was the 4th, 1, 2, 3, 4, escape. No, it wasn't 4th. Why am I saying 4th? It was, what was the farthest? It was the 11th month. Was it 9th?
9 and 11.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
9
8,
and 11.
9. East. Hiding east. So that would make sense with not dead, hiding east. That kind of makes sense. Hiding east is a bit short, but still. That's the best I can do as far as getting something out of that. If I tell her that, I've uncovered the truth about your sister's last letter. The truth? I don't understand. Your sister didn't want to go into hiding without telling you, but she figured there was a chance those gangsters would intercept her letter and learn of her plans. This letter was conceived to deceive. Within it, 2 messages are contained, one for them, another for you. I have deciphered the secret message. The first word is... okay. So here we even get choices. So then it's
so you
not.
Not dead, hiding east.
Not is at least a word. Not. The second word is dead. The third word is hiding. The fourth word is east. Not dead, hiding east. My sister's alive. How clumsy of me. The truth was under my nose this whole time. Thank you, Magistrate Dai. You released me from a false burden. My sister's soul does not wander in the night as I have feared. These lanterns guide no one. Now they will serve only as a reminder that my sister still lives. I'm glad to see you so relieved. Here are your letters. Before I go, I would like to ask a small favor of you. There is a fisherman sitting in his boat on the other side of the pier. He's been afraid to venture onto the water. Oh dear, my ritual. He must have been frightened by it. Indeed, if he speaks to you tonight, will you tell him your story, the truth about your sister and her letter? Yes, of course, that is a promise.
And now we talk to him and he's happy.
Yeah,
Even though she hasn't been over to talk to him, which is a little weird.
Maybe we tell him to go talk to her. Or he doesn't believe us, so he goes check himself.
And then we steal the boat?
Excuse me? Good news, I've spoken to the woman across the pier. It seems her lantern ritual was not necessary after all. Her sister is in fact still alive. She was led astray by a cryptic letter that I've now deciphered. You may speak to her to know more if that pleases you. She even agreed to show you the letter.
Well, ain't that something? To think I've been sitting here all night afraid of some regular old lanterns. Looks like I wasted enough time already. Let's get you over to that flower boat.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Like, we asked her to do that in case he needed more proof. He decides he doesn't.
Yeah, less clunky than was expected. Well, I sure hope your lady friend is worth all this there trouble.
That's not. This isn't what you think.
Definitely went robot-y for a sec, yeah. No need to explain, I was a young man myself once. Off you go. I got my own prey to return to.
I need to fan General Sang. Isn't that the famous poet, Le Bohemian? Bohemian? I initially just read it in like a very European way when I pronounce it, but this comes out all
Rumian,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. Now I know why he always write about scorned lovers and broken hearts. There's no questioning the quality of the companionship on this flower boat. These courtesans are as beautiful as they are graceful. He wears an insignia on his belt. It looked like he's the master of guilds of goldsmiths. Is it the same thing that they say about her? Yeah, no question of the companionship. And a wine waiter. A wine waiter. The young man seems rather depressed. Why are you depressed? Excuse me.
Oh, good evening, sir. Can I offer you a drink? This is the finest rice wine that money could buy.
And no wine for me. I'm only here to speak to General Sang. Have you seen him?
I'm sorry, General who? I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
You seem distracted. Is something wrong?
Well, sir, it's just that I've had the worst spot of bad luck today. Absolutely the worst. This afternoon, as I was getting ready for work, I noticed my uniform was missing. I turned the house upside down looking for it, but couldn't find it anywhere. When I told Madame Ling, she said she could find another one for me, but I would have to pay for the replacement. Do you have any idea how much these costs? This is a month's salary. I suppose that's why I've been so distracted. I can't stop thinking about this stupid uniform. And you know what's worse? The replacement is one size too small for me. It keeps riding up in, well, all the wrong places.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, so we probably have then someone around here who are wearing a stolen uniform.
Who's faking being fake being a waiter.
Now is not the time to snoop around. I need to speak to General Sang first. I'd say that's a perfect time to snoop around, but oh well.
Yeah, before they know you're here, yeah.
You, the general. Um,
She refuses?
I'm sorry, General. Your buyout offer for Wang Kwikwi was more than generous, but the girl doesn't know what's good for her. Give me some time, I can convince her.
Convince her I am General Chang Chao, commander of the Eastern Fleet. What manner of persuasion does she require?
You have to understand. Chi-Chi came to me only 2 months ago. I accepted her into this house because of her singular beauty, but she carries a dark past. She's chosen a life of excess and luxury to bury that darkness. Why bother with such a damaged flower? If the general desires a concubine, I have many younger, more willing flowers that...
No, that will not do. It is precisely because of her maturity that I seek her company.
I understand. Leave it to me, General. I will speak to her again.
So we have to find Chi-Chi and
The legendary...
convince her to help do something?
I don't know. I don't necessarily think we wanted to help her agree to be this man's concubine. That's, doesn't look like a good fate, but... The legendary Shang Trao. His storied battles as a naval officer are unmatched. He has many devoted supporters who would gladly follow his lead on or off the battlefield. General Shang Chao.
Yes. Who are you?
My name's Di Renji. I'm Her Majesty's newly appointed magistrate of Chang'an.
I see. Quite the resourceful inquisitor, aren't you? It seems you've managed to invite yourself to our little private meeting. Are you here to arrest me?
Happy New Year to you
Happy
too,
New Year,
Kevin.
Kevin. Yes.
Only if I have cause to do so.
Well, I assume that such a gathering outside the Imperial walls must make the Empress anxious. But in our defense, you should know that we assemble only to raise questions, not to rebel.
You do not intend to overthrow her?
I see you've succumbed to the rumors that are circulating about me. And yet you ignore the murmurs surrounding our new Empress. By now you've no doubt heard the stories about clandestine police forces and brutal retaliations. If Her Majesty intends to bend and break the law, to further her own agenda, her subjects won't stand for it. Neither will we.
I mean, it is kind of blasphemy considering
You
the
have
Empress,
evidence
but
of
do you have proof? Do you have proof of this alleged abuse of power? Or this so-called secret police force? Or are your allegations based on nothing more than rumors?
Tell me, young magistrate, did you not come here to seek the truth? Or would you prefer to listen to fairy tales? You don't have to answer. I can see there's doubt in your eyes. You've come this far. Don't close those eyes now. Find the truth for yourself. As for me, let me set the record straight. My goal and the other compatriots here is to stand as a check against Her Majesty's absolute power.
And how do you intend to do that? By taking innocent lives and desecrating royal monuments?
Don't be a fool. We don't manufacture a crisis. We want accountability, not bloodshed. Certainly, there are those who want Her Majesty ousted at any cost, but we have no dealings with such factions. If the Empress ever left the protective cocoon... If the Empress ever left the protective cocoon that is the royal palace, she would perhaps better understand the concerns of her loyal servants.
Yet a trail of blood and murder has led me directly to you, General Sang. Just hours ago, the wife of Lam Haifeng, the very man you've harassed for months, was found murdered. How do you explain that?
Haifeng's wife was murdered? I didn't know. You think I'm somehow involved in the matter? Listen to me carefully, Magistrate D, and I don't want to repeat myself. I would never...
Ah!
Is it a boy or a girl? Let's assume it's a... Okay. Did you hear that? I think it came from the dining room.
General, wait. You stay here. I will have a look. I assume it was the madam who found the dead courtesan.
What are you waiting for? Go and see what happened.
Stop there. Who are you? Pardon the intrusion. I am an investigating magistrate. My name is Direnge. I don't understand. How did you get here so fast? I am on board the Paradise Cloud investigating a case. I was in the hallway just now when I heard a scream. That was me. I was so frightened. What happened? It's Yan Chichi. I don't know exactly what happened. I was with her just a half an hour ago. She said felt nauseous and needed some fresh air, so she came here to use the balcony. She wanted to be alone, so I made sure she wasn't disturbed, but when I came back to check on her... Heavens, all that blood! Okay, so we have another murder in the same evening. Another one. The killer speeding up? And on this ship with all these people? Why take such a risk? I have to think, clear my mind of all distractions. Yes, I need to start by gaining control of the situation. This boat needs to be secured. Madam, we need to speak. I'm sorry, what did you say? Wait, didn't you say you were here to investigate another case? What exactly were you talking about? I can't give you any details, but suffice to say that other women have been victimized in a similar way. And they led you here? You believe they are connected to Chi-Chi's death? Perhaps, but enough conjecture. Again, tell me about yourself. Do you own this establishment? Yes, I've been running the Paradise Cloud since my days as the Queen Flower, but those days are long gone. Nowadays, I'm only known as Madame Ling. I've seen my fair share of cruelty and violence, but this is pure evil. How could one commit such a despicable act? Tell me about John Quiqui. How did she come to work here? Quiqui was my newest girl, and although I don't make a habit of taking in 22-year-olds with no experience or reference, I knew when I met her that she was special. She was the mature one at 22. Okay. Yep, I should have expected that. She was as smart as a whip and possessed a rugged beauty. In less than 2 months, she had become one of my most popular girls. Even General Zhang couldn't resist her charms. She's been with
She's
you
almost over the hill.
practically at 22? She's been with you only 2 months. Do you know what she was doing before she came to you? Most of my girls have long histories of tragedy and disappointment, but I never made it a habit to pry. Chi-Chi was no different. I gathered she came from difficult circumstances, but I could see strength in her. She was no wilting flower. What can you tell me about General Shang? I've known Shang Chao for many years, long before he became a general. He talks tough, but deep down he's just as needy as the rest of us. Heavens, I don't know how he will take this. He was fond of Wan Kui? You're quite well informed. Yes, he fell for her completely. It was unexpected, but I could see that it was genuine. I suppose it was just a matter of time until he offered to redeem her, but even I didn't think it would happen so fast. But Quiqui's rejection was just as swift. Unlike many of the girls here, she never decided the life of a concubine. She was a free, untamable creature. Tell me about this banquet. General Zhang has been planning tonight's gathering for many months, a special banquet for his most powerful friends. Did you notice anything unusual about the proceedings? No, I don't recall any incidents. Wait, I don't know if this has any consequences, but during our preparations earlier this evening, the wine waiter came to me complaining that he had lost his uniform. Luckily for him, we have spare outfits in storage, otherwise I would have demanded more than just a month's pay. Are all the guests accounted for? Yes, we checked the invitations carefully. Everyone on the guest list is on board. We asked them all to stay in the reception hall until dinner is ready. You don't think one of the guests did this, do you? No, it's unlikely the high-profile individuals attending this party would expose themselves in such a way. Tell me about the Paradise Cloud. How many people work here? The Paradise Cloud is the most exclusive flower boat in the city. It isn't uncommon for us to play host to banquets such as this. For tonight, the entire team is on hand. That's 3 courtesans, a service staff of 5, and a small boat crew that works below deck. Who has access to the upper floors? Only myself, the courtesans, and a single wine waiter. We're very strict about who gets to come upstairs. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for the kitchen staff or the boat crew to mingle with the guests. Thank you, Madam Ling. Now I need you to do something for me. You must return to the reception hall, but you cannot let anyone know what happened. But won't people start to suspect something? Not if you play it right. All I need is for you to buy me some time and make sure no one leaves the ship. Can you do that? Yes, I think I can manage. Good. I also need you to ask your most senior staff member to go to the Justice Department and alert someone of what's happened there. Constables will be on their way, but until they arrive, I'm counting on you to keep things quiet so that I can start collecting evidence undisturbed. Have everyone gather on the main deck. No one is to enter the 2nd floor. Yes, I understand, but what about General Zhang? Tell him to come in, but say nothing else. I will take care of the rest. Madame Ling says Wan Kui started working for her less than 2 months ago. That's around the same time Lam Haifeng and met Shi Wenyan. And Shulin Fei, she also returned to live with her father about 2 months ago. It can't just be a coincidence. 3 women, seemingly unconnected, yet this thread links them together. Did they know each other? What were they doing before they came back? Indeed, Super Cheese. We're looking for a waiter.
What's going on here? Why was Madame Ling so agitated? What happened? Is that... Chi-Chi, no! Who did this? Why is she...
General, please remain calm. Madame Ling just discovered her body. We don't know anything yet, but answers will come. For now, it is you I need answers from. Did you notice any suspicious activity tonight?
Besides your unannounced arrival, I haven't seen or heard anything out of the ordinary.
Before we were interrupted, you were about to tell me something about Lam Hai Feng. What was it?
I know who you work for, and I know what you must think of me, but the Empress and her trusted commander have mistaken me for a common thug. I would never hurt Lam Haifeng or his family. His father and I fought side by side more times than I can count. He was a brother in arms and a dear friend. Did I try to coax him and his son to support my cause? Yes. Was I upset that he didn't take up his father's mantle? Guilty as charged. But this business about me involved in his wife's death? Lunacy.
If the Lam family means that much to you, then why intimidate Lam Haifeng? Did you not send someone to his house tonight?
Yes, but only to convince him to reconsider his retirement and join our ranks. He chose to ignore it, but he has a destiny to fulfill. Traditions shouldn't be forsaken. He's a stubborn young man that should have followed in his father's footsteps. Instead, he chooses to embrace an inconsequential woman.
Ah, yes, how dare. She's a woman, so she's just inconsequential.
Also, says the man who's visiting a courtesan. But despite my disdain for his choices, he's still my godson. I would never put his well-being at risk.
Lam Haifeng is your godson.
Yes, and despite his constant rejection of my guidance, I will always see him as the son that I never had.
Okay, that does change things. What was the nature of your relationship with Wan Kuikui?
I still remember the first time Madame Ling introduced me to Chi-Chi. Such raw beauty, intellect, strength, a goddess among mortals.
That's why you asked to redeem her?
I suppose the news was bound to come out sooner or later. Yes, I had designs on buying her out and marrying her. But all that, well... all that is dust in the wind now. Promise me you will find her killer. You must be close if you followed his trail here. You simply must find him.
I'm impressed that you actually was planning to kill her. No, to marry her. Not just keep her. Huh. What do you know about Madame Ling and her staff?
Madame Ling and I have known each other for a very long time. She hosts the best banquets in the realm, and her courtesans, well, they're peerless. I believe these meetings were secure. We've checked everything, the staff, the guests, the boat itself. Evidently, I was in some way a fool. This is a Mori line.
Oh, sorry. Do you know all the guests personally? Can you think of anyone with a motive to do this?
It's okay. What would one of these powerful men have to gain by killing such a lowly courtesan? On the contrary, we would have everything to lose. Besides, Chi-Chi had only been working for Madame Ling a couple of months. I doubt any of these guests have even met her.
Thank you, General. More constables will arrive on the scene shortly. In the meantime, all I ask is that you let me do my job.
For your own sake, I hope you know what you're doing.
Okay, so let's get the rose. At every turn, he has been one step ahead of me, but I sense that he wants me close behind. There are ligature marks around her neck, but they are dispersed up and down her throat. Shi Wenyan and Shi Lunfei both surrendered to the killer, but it appears one Kui attempted to resist, and the force of her struggle created multiple abrasions. Once again, the killer has removed the victim's heart, but this time he seems to have acted hastily. The wound shows signs of imprecision and tearing. What caused him to lose focus? In her right hand, she's still holding on to something. It's a hairpin. Its tip is stained with blood. Nothing of note here. Unlike the other women, one Kui chose to fight for her life. Her hairpin may have also wounded her assailant, causing him to rush through his murderous ritual. But what makes Kui different from the other two? I mean, I would assume the answer to that is obvious. If he tried to blackmail her with General Zhang, then she wasn't attached to him nearly enough to be still. This trail of blood starts at the doorway of the balcony, but its shape and patterns is distinctly different from the pool of blood surrounding Wan Kui. There's no doubt about it. Wan Kui was able to stab her assailant with her hairpin while he was strangling her. Though it was not enough to stop him, it caused him to lose a considerable amount of blood.
So keep our eye out for someone bleeding.
Great city of Chang'an by night. The Empress was right, it truly is a shining capital. I was wondering if we could follow that blood trail somehow, but that doesn't seem to be a thing. Let's see. Dressing screen.
Not without sniffer dog Chef Chu.
There's a glass bowl here that they want something to do with. Oh, we just pick it up. Was there anything special with
Please
it?
say we don't pick up a bowl of blood.
A see-through glass bowl. I've never seen one so transparent. Its craftsmanship suggests a Persian origin. Not only useful as decorative pieces, I've heard tale of how these can be used as magnifying devices.
Ah.
So use that on Trail of Blood? No. Use it on the legs? No. Anything else here?
Presumably we can go into those doors we weren't allowed to now?
Probably. Let's see if we're allowed to leave this room. We are. Are there anything more to this side of the screen? No. Okay, good to know. So there's nothing more further to the right, it's only left. So, once again, until the boat crew has finished its repairs, please remain on the main deck. I promise the banquet will be worth the wait. Okay, so let's see, what do we have here?
There's another bowl with water?
I'm just searching because we haven't found a note yet. We didn't have time to leave a note. It requires a key. Okay, so we have a box that requires a key.
Do we lockpick with the hairpin?
I have no need to wash myself. I feel like lockpicking with the hairpin is very bad with the blood, but no, can't seem that it's help unless
Do
we
we wash the hairpin?
That that is disrupting evidence. Let's see, but better not. Thank goodness. That'd be horrible detectiving. Yes, we have this hairpin with someone's blood on it. We can believe it to be the murderer. Let's wash it.
Maybe it needs to be clean before we can use it to lockpick.
Mm-hmm. Bloodstains. Bloodstain on the windowsill and on the ground. It looks like the killer made his escape through this window.
And it looks like the uniform's sticking out of that basket.
There is a uniform in the basket. It's similar to the one worn by the wine waiter downstairs. The color is bloodied. The killer must have taken it off and left it here before fleeing. Wait, there's something in the sleeve. It's a key. Okay, so now we have the key. Do we use the bowl on these bloodstains just to check? No, I don't see how that would help. And the barrels of alcohol is of no use. So let's go and unlock the box. We can always go back if we progress further from that. Come on.
Clearly we go and give the bloodstained uniform to the boy.
Hey, a bit of
Look,
blood on the collar.
You lost.
A bit of blood on the collar can surely be fixed. This box contains a variety of cosmetic facial powders. If the killer stole or copied the key, he could have easily mixed in a toxic substance to induce nausea, causing John Quiqui to seek relief on the balcony. There's also a small piece of rolled up paper. And that's the message. Surely.
What poem do we have this time?
There is text written on this paper, but it's too small to distinguish. If I can find a way to magnify the writing, maybe it could be legible. Combine things in inventory. For the first time in this chapter. That might actually work, but something's missing. Something is missing. We can't use the lens directly.
Can you fill up the bowl with water?
Maybe. If I fill the glass bowl with water, it can act as a magnifying lens.
Physics!
There. If I hold the bowl above the message, I should be able to see more clearly. To my distant admirer, your prize is in the Green Lantern under the stars. Distant admirer? Is he referring to me? He knows I'm on his trail. Strange, this text seemed to have been printed on, not written by hand. What does he mean by Green Lantern under the stars? I'm sorry, I thought we were further back than the printing press at this point. Like to have a printed message.
I don't know when the first Chinese printing press was made.
I'm gonna refrain from googling around. It's it's the Tang Dynasty. If you emperors. Oh, what's her name again? It's the same time period as the Road to Empress, because this is her having achieved that. But I can never remember her name. Yeah, Wu Seitan. Yeah, 690, 705, Sue Dynasty. So I don't see how it can be a printed message. Like, that's way before. It could be woodblock printing.
Woodblock printing in the 7 to 900s.
Okay.
So maybe this is like one of the very, very first woodblock printing things.
Mm-hmm. The Green Lantern. Let's see what it holds.
If we're in the capital, maybe that makes sense.
There's a small piece of paper lodged at the bottom of the lantern. The shroud of power hides an evil beneath. Descend from thy tower, an empress in defeat. And now we can speak to Empress Wu to reenact the crime. The Empress is in danger. I have to go to the royal palace at once. Wait, something's wrong. I feel dizzy.
This lantern also had a candle of
Must
stunning.
Be the candle smoke. And the general is still in the room. Like, General Sang is right next to us, pretty much.
Great detective, asleep on the job, outplayed by a murderous degenerate. What about the innocents? Will you leave them on the field, dead and deserted? The song is for you. Answer the call. Answer it.
You abandoned me. I was in limbo, afraid and alone. Now still, I cannot rest. The truth is staring at you from atop the clouds, from within the golden gate, yet you see nothing. Do not turn away now. Save the rose that counts. Do not rest until it's done. It is time to wake up, dear Renji. Go on. Snap out of it.
Wake up! Why won't you wake up?
I believe this is our
Come on.
lieutenant.
You can do it. Oh, you think it's other blue voice? Okay, I thought this was still Angerman, General. Wake up, Magistrate D.
No, I think it's our assistant.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. Okay, wrong voice, I'm sorry. Magistrate D, wake up!
Yeah, he is a semi-fictional character, like based on a real character, and then there's a lot of fictional, semi-fictional things written about him. Which I kind of want to read.
Yes, that's it. Take your time. I'm so glad you're all right, Magistrate D. You had me worried.
The candle inside the Green Lantern must have been laced with some kind of poison. I should have been more cautious.
After the messenger you sent came to the Justice Department, I came as quickly as I could. Luckily, you must have passed out just as I arrived. When I saw the lantern next to you spewing that thick black smoke, I threw it overboard right away.
Thank you, Lieutenant Ma. You may have saved my life. But now, you must carry on here without me.
I don't understand, sir.
The Empress is in danger. The killer means to target her next.
The Empress? But she's guarded at all times. Unless she was to come out into the open, she's untouchable.
All I know is that the killer has been one step ahead of us all along. I must warn the Empress that her life is in real jeopardy, however unlikely that may be. The plot thickens. You came just in time. The Empress wanted to say a few prayers before retiring to her quarters. Your Majesty, I bring news from my investigation.
Are you a religious man, Direnji?
I suppose we all search for enlightenment in our own ways, Your Majesty.
This temple, it means a great deal to me. Naturally, it upset me deeply when I heard the rebels had vandalized it. It is the one place where I feel safe, unburdened by the outside world, but even now this has become a battleground. All my life I've known what I wanted. I made one sacrifice after another to see my plans come to fruition. Yet, for the first time, my path is uncertain. I find myself questioning things I once took for granted. What does it mean to hold the mandate of heaven? What good does it do to hold such power if those being ruled are blinded by lies and hatred? The hour is late, Direnji. What news do you bring me?
I'm sorry to intrude at this hour, Your Highness, but the discoveries I've made tonight require immediate attention. 2 more women are dead. The first, Shi Wenyan, was killed in her home earlier this evening. Then, only hours later, a woman named Wan Kuikui was killed on a flower boat, the Paradise Cloud. I have no doubt they both fell prey to the same man who killed Shu Lin Fei, but I'm afraid this series of murder is leading to something bigger.
Go on, tell me everything that you know.
Case reenactment time. At first, General Zheng Shao's connection to Shi Wenyan and Wan Kuikui raised alarming questions. As my inquiry deepened, I found unexpected ties between him, Lam Haifeng, and each of these 2 women. But ultimately, what I learned dispelled any truth to the notion that he would have harmed them. The reason for that is he is Lam Haifeng's godfather. He also wished to marry Xuan Kuikui. All of the above, actually, is the correct one. It's both of them.
As your godfather, I forbid you to resign from your post and marry this girl. Weian will be my wife. I have no need for the advice of a hypocrite. I know about your infatuation with the Paradise Cloud's new courtesan. Very well. if it is your future that you will so willfully throw away.
Despite his public rhetoric and chest beating, General Shang was never a real threat, as was the case with most things he opposed. His objections were merely theatrical. Although his identity still eludes us, one thing is certain. The man behind these crimes is as cruel as he is cunning. Both Shu Lin Fei and Shi Wenyan experienced this cruelty firsthand when they were forced to obey his commands. But unlike those two, he knew Yan Kuikui would not surrender willingly. His usual methods had to be replaced by a more direct approach. This is because she had no loved ones. I mean, that is the thing. He can't blackmail her to sit still.
Well, I thought she'd run away. I thought she'd run away from whatever, like, family or whatnot she had, so yeah.
By using the threat of harm to a loved one, the killer gained obedience from his first two victims. But without someone to threaten, he had no leverage over Quan Kuikui. Although she was eventually overcome by his surprise attack, the killer quickly learned that she was no docile prey.
Stab him! Stab him!
The killer has been one step ahead of us since the beginning, like capturing pieces on a chessboard. Who he strikes next is a calculated move. His three victims come from different backgrounds, live different lives, and knew different people. The question is, if we cannot know what connects them to the killer, perhaps we can find what connects them to each other. Then finally a common thread materializes. The most important connection between the two women is their long absence and return. Because he made a point that it was the 2 months thing. And 2 months is also how long the emperors have been in power, I seem to remember.
Yeah, for all of the people, agreed.
Mm-hmm. It struck me that all three women had made a return from long absences around the same time. Did they know each other? What were they doing before they came back? I believe that if I can find out where they were and what they were doing prior to resurfacing 2 months ago, the killer will be within reach. Afterwards. We must act fast, Your Majesty. If tonight's events have convinced me of anything, it is that he is rapidly racketing up the stakes.
Raising the stakes? How?
His greater purpose has come into focus, Your Majesty. I believe he means to kill you next.
Are you quite sure of it?
I'm afraid so. I do not know how or when it will happen, but I do know Your Majesty's life is in danger.
Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Renji, but from this point forward, I ask that you leave the rest to me. You are no longer required to investigate this case. Commander Ya will visit the Justice Department to gather all the evidence you've collected.
Wait, I don't understand. I'm closing in on him. If I back off now, the thread will be lost.
No, in the morning, you will forget the case ever existed. You will not speak of it, and you will certainly not make any further inquiries into the matter. Is that understood?
I'm leaning towards how can I
So
stand still.
She's trying to get the killer to attack her and capture him then?
I think there might be a connection to her that she doesn't want to be known. Like who these women were 2 months ago could be. How can you ask me to stand still when I'm so close? The other victim deserved justice. This loyal servant requests an explanation.
Tread carefully, Renji. Oh? Those women will not be forgotten. How dare you question my authority? You will do as I say or face the consequences. As for my safety, you clearly have nothing to fear. Now go before I change my mind.
Very well, we shall leave the Empress to her pizza snacks.
Really? Guard lady isn't even like, I'm glad you were trying to save her even at your own risk.
Don't think that was the right place for her to say. Chapter 3, which I missed the title for.
Of
Next
sinners
one.
and saviors.
Still can't believe what happened last night. Why would the Empress end my involvement in the case? And how could she brush aside my warnings like that? But now her men will have seized all the evidence we collected on the case, but I can't give up now. I have to see this through to the end. It is time for us to journal. Surely.
Save?
I don't need to add to it now. We can save. Pretty sure it just auto-saves when we start a new chapter, but... yeah, it did. Can we use anything in our trunk now? No. Okay, let's head out. No one has cleaned up our brick mess.
Magistrate D, there you are. Have you heard? The Empress sent over Imperial guards in the middle of the night, confiscating all the evidence we had on the unsolved murders. The notes, the roses, the bodies, they took everything and ordered us to stand down. Why is she doing this?
Knowingly or unknowingly, it seemed the Empress is somehow connected to all of this. We need to find out how.
But our orders, we're supposed to stop the investigation.
The victims deserve justice, or there's too much at stake?
I will fight for justice.
The victims deserve justice. How can I continue wearing this uniform if I'm not honestly performing my duty? Come what may, justice will prevail.
I'm with you, Magistrate D.
You're a good man, Lieutenant Ma. I'm grateful to have you on my side, but we'll need to work discreetly.
Of course, sir, you can rely on me. Actually, there is something that I've been meaning to tell you. When the Imperial Guards came to take the evidence, they left something behind. Or more accurately, I had kept something from them. Treason!
What do you
Seize
mean?
him! You see, when we finished gathering all the evidence on the flower boat, I had a sudden urge to make copies of the killer's unknown markings.
You mean the pair of strange symbols on each of the notes he left behind?
Yes, exactly. At first I wasn't sure why, but those symbols seemed somehow familiar. And then it occurred to me. When I was a boy, my grandmother showed me a poem that she'd written as a young woman. As she read it to me, I stared at the wrinkled piece of paper in her hands with a confused expression. The characters I saw were nothing like those I'd learned in school. My grandmother passed away that winter. Regrettably, I never had a chance to ask her about the origin of the mysterious symbols, and I've never seen the poem again. I know this might sound strange, but the symbols on the killer's notes, they remind me of the symbols in my grandmother's poem. Here, you can have the copies I made.
That's very interesting. About your grandmother. Tell me more about your grandmother.
My grandmother grew up in a small rural town in the province of Zhejiang. Although she endured a hard country life, she always had a delightful sense of humor which could lighten a room.
And despite her rural upbringing, she was able to write poetry.
I suppose it's a bit strange, isn't it? I never questioned it. She must have picked up some language skills as an adult. She was a smart woman. I wouldn't be surprised if she learned to read and write on her own.
What are your thoughts on the case?
I'm just at a loss, sir. On the one hand, we were tasked to apprehend a savage killer, and on the other, we're subservient to the whims of the imperial court. Where is the line that separates loyalty and blind servitude? How can we walk it and still serve the cause of justice? With great power comes great responsibility.
Sure. Those in position of power like you and me must treat that power with respect. It is our responsibility to wield whatever authority we have with care and diligence. If we can do this, then we may accomplish a great many things.
Thank you, Magistrate D. For a moment there, I thought life as a lowly official in the countryside might have suited me better, but you've given me a renewed sense of purpose and confidence.
Seems to be everything. Thank you, Lieutenant Ma.
We can't hear any more tales about his grandma?
Could be important tales about this grandma. Maybe this grandma is what will solve this entire case.
Maybe his grandma is the murderer.
Corner Yao, you wanted a word with me.
You're damn right. We're going to have a word. In all my years at this job, I've not once had my dead subjects removed from my care. What did you do to incite such fury from the Empress?
I only did my job.
Well, either you are really bad or really good, because I've never seen anything like this before.
I mean, sure, it could be another language with different characters. There are several of those around.
This is also before the linguistic unification.
Mm-hmm.
Like, different regions have different ideographs at this time.
Hmm?
Such a mess. A big, awful mess.
Corneliao, is something else bothering you? You seem troubled.
You never put the chisel back. I'm wondering where it is. I mean, 2 years ago, from 2 years, she cast me aside. Then at last, she suddenly reappears. For a fleeting moment, I thought everything was going to be all right, but I was foolish. She could never forgive me. It doesn't matter, I'm fine. I'm doing just fine. The case, that's all that matters now. Tell me, D. Renji, will you continue to investigate this case? Or would you rather cower in obscurity?
I think you and I have more in common than you think. As long as I am an investigating magistrate, I will continue to seek justice for those in need.
I couldn't have said it better myself. How can I help you?
About the case. What are your thoughts on the case?
You have my full support, whatever you choose to do. I'm a has-been, a never was. They simply can't hurt me. But remember, be careful who you choose as your enemy. This town isn't one for the faint of heart. And it doesn't take a genius to know something's fishy has been happening. Perhaps you're just the right man to find out what that something is.
It's my privilege to have you as an ally, Corneliao. Were you able to conduct full autopsies on the 2 victims last night?
I certainly did, but alas, my findings have only confirmed what we already knew. Shi Weiyan was killed in the same manner as Zhu Linfei, while Yuan Qiqi tried to fight off her assailant. However, I did find something else. Here, this was tangled up in her hair. A flower petal of some sort. I don't think Her Majesty would mind us keeping such a small, insignificant item. Wink, wink.
A single rose petal. A petal? This must have fallen off the rose that the killer left behind.
It certainly appears so, but there's more. Take a look at it. Can you see, or rather, feel something different about it?
Will he finally discover that they were all fake roses? You're right, despite its appearance, it doesn't feel like the flesh of a real rose petal. Why didn't I notice this before?
Because Mori told you to ignore it. I was pointing it out that it makes sense, and Mori's like, but no! It's gotta be the real flower from in the house.
I did never said that. I said he claims it is a real flower. Oh, hello, he.
The stems must have been real, but the petals are man-made. If, like everyone else, you're holding the stems to inspect the roses, you would have missed it.
Yes, of course. This material resembles silk, but it's firm and soft at the same time. I've never seen silk like this before.
Neither have I, but I might know someone who has. In the central market, there is a silk merchant named Geng Wan. No one knows more about silk than them. You should pay them a visit.
Who did you encounter last night?
None of your business.
It was his daughter. It was so his daughter. Thank you, Coroner Yao.
I'm worried that, like, because it sounds like his daughter is just back in 2 months sort of situation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
His daughter might be murdered.
Yeah. And I don't remember how long Lieutenant Ma has been married. I don't think that's been long either. That could also have just been for 2 months.
Yeah, but he said he sent her away, so I'm less worried about that.
No, he's just worried about the sincere lack of sandwiches in the house. Let's see. Central Market.
To the silk merchant. Ah, I see you're looking at my fine silks. Does this distinguished gentleman require any assistance picking out the right fabric today? My shop, well, it's renowned for its unique assortment of silks. Dare I say you'll not find a better collection in all of the Empire.
You have quite a selection, but I'm afraid I won't be buying anything today. My name is Tirenchi, and I'm an investigating magistrate. I come because I need to identify the provenance of a peculiar piece of fabric, which I believe to be a rare variety of silk. In short, I require the assistance of an expert silk trader. I heard you're one of the best in the city.
Oh, you flatter me, Magistrate D. I am Geng Wan. What can I do to assist you?
Tell me about yourself. Have you always worked around silk?
Some find it strange when I tell them that I loved silk since I was a little boy. Couldn't get enough of it. I'd sneak into my mother's dressing room and roll around in her silk dresses, just to feel the coolness of the material's embrace. But I digress. It called me and I answered. My passion for it has put me where I am, and I don't complain.
Yeah, maybe it's best we don't talk about that subject anymore. So about about this silk piece. I need to identify this piece of silk. What can you tell me about it?
Let me see. Where did you get this?
It was left behind at a crime scene.
Gosh, there must have been some kind of mistake. This fabric, I'd recognize it anywhere. It's one of my creations.
One of yours?
A rare silk, thick yet soft, sturdy yet elegant. I designed it as a decorative fabric to be made into curtains or valances.
Valances is a new word for me.
Aren't they the, like, the outside blind, the outside, like, cover cloth?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm used to the window use of it, not the bed use. You can use them for bed or window doilies.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a failure as a commercial product. People lamented its weight and thickness. They also complained that it was overpriced. There was one person who was able to make use of it, a block printer named Gu Chuan.
A block printer, you say?
He He said the silk was perfect for a new printing method he was developing.
Oh, you went robot-y again.
Really?
Tell me...
I
yeah,
thought I sounded fine.
but just for a second. Tell me more about Gu Chuan.
I can tell you what I know, but it isn't all that much.
Do you know where I can find Gu Chuan?
I can't help you there unless I'm dealing with a big buyer. I don't usually ask for an address. Yeah, that time I heard it. But you may want to speak to the soup stand owner, Ms. Cho. I think he eats there from time to time.
When was the last time you saw him?
He came by a few months ago, told me he was retiring, something about his protege betraying him. Haven't seen him since. He was depressed, if you asked me, but then again, I'm no physician.
Thank you for the information. Why? Why take the cat food? I don't know. I just... Sure. Figured we could. Don't have time to take the food on the table? Some posters advertising various services. Nothing really interesting. I wonder how we got up there. Then we have Mrs. Chu. I'm sorry, we're not selling any soup today. I suppose that's fine. I wasn't really looking for a meal. Oh, I'm sorry.
Why is she at her stand?
I'm sorry for the rudeness.
Hello, I'm here, but the shop isn't open.
I'm sorry for the rudeness. I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do. My poor Momo, he's in trouble. Momo, is that a relative of yours? No, don't be silly. I'm talking about my closest companion of all. My beloved cat, Momo. Oh. Look at him up there on the awning. He's the only one in this game that has ever eyes. He's stranded and he can't get down. God knows how he got up there in the first place. My mom was a gentle, timid soul. He never climbs on anything. Someone must have startled him. I've been trying to get him down all morning. Nothing's worked. He won't even come down for his favorite dish of fresh fish. I'll bring him down. Don't worry, I'll help you bring him down. You will? Thank you so much. You're some kind of officer, aren't you? I knew it when I saw you. You have bright and kind eyes. My Momo is in luck. Fishbowl soup. It smells delicious. So the soup is there. She's just not selling because she's so distressed about her cat.
Do we still have the bowl?
No, we have a copied symbols we haven't looked at yet, and silk rose petal. Lieutenant Mark carefully copied down the killer's mysterious markings. Based on his story about his grandmother's poem, these should be characters that belong to a larger writing system. Perhaps one lost to time or created in secret. I need to do some research. I shall pay a visit to the Imperial Library. But first, we must deal with this cat. Never underestimate the usefulness of a quality umbrella. We have flowers. A basket of fresh flowers. And no, they're not made of silk. They're the real thing. I have no reason to talk to her. I need to focus on the clues at hand. Okay, I was hoping that maybe, she knew a lot about cats. Hmm. Okay, so how does the umbrella look? This umbrella is in great condition. Its tip is surprisingly pointy. Are we going to stab the cat with the umbrella? On second thought, that probably won't work. Oh, thank goodness. Are we going to stab the fish? Can we now take the fish, now that we know why? Let's see if our little friend is hungry. And then we combine the fish with the umbrella. Fish skewer of sorts. And then we use umbrella on cat. Can't see how that would help. What do you mean you can't see how that would help? What more do I need to add to my fish skewer cat trap?
Cowbell.
Cowbell? Well, there is the table. Can I use the table? I can't stand on that. It doesn't look like it can support my weight. Oh, so if I use umbrella on chair? Really? Hey, kitty kitty. I think I got his attention. Gotcha.
No, all the way there.
Thank you so much for rescuing my little Momo. Think nothing of it, Mrs. Shu. I'm glad Momo is safe and sound. I'm investigating Magistrate Diarenge. Can I ask you a few questions? Yes, of course. Tell me about yourself. How long have you had this soup stand? I started selling soup in this market 25 years ago. I loved it so much I never bothered getting married. Didn't really see the need anyway. Too much hassle if you ask me. All I need is my Momo and my loyal customers. I'm trying to locate a man named Gu Chuan. I believe he's a regular customer of yours? Ah, Gu Chuan, the block printer. I don't know anything about him other than his occupation. He tends to come at different hours of the day and likes to keep to himself. Too bad, really. If I ever did get married, he'd be a good candidate. Anyway, he eats here at least once a week. Loves my fishbowl soup. In fact, he was here just yesterday afternoon. He was here yesterday. Are you sure? Yes, quite. He came by late in the afternoon. Had 3 bowls of soup while playing with Momo. They get along so well. He stayed for a while too, I remember, because by the time he got up to leave, the sun was coming down. When he was here yesterday, did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Something he might have said or done? No, I can't say that I did. He has his favorite soup, then he left. Oh wait, I remember now. Before leaving, he got up and looked at the advertisement on the wall over there. I think he stood there for a little while before taking one of them. Why would Gu Chuan be a good candidate for marriage? Well, he seemed to love cats. I saw him pet Momo in the gentlest way. That's a man I can admire. Have a good day, Mrs. True. Farewell, Magistrate Dai. I hope you come back and try my soup next time. If Gu Chuan was here yesterday afternoon, then he has an alibi for at least one of the murders. Nonetheless, I need to question him to find out his involvement. Now can I take one of the posters? So it has red on top. So it's this one. Examine red poster. Title in red ink reads musical show. This is an advertisement for a musical performance. It is taking place today at the Golden Gate Theatre. Mrs. Chu said he saw Gutron take a poster before leaving. He must have taken the one in the middle, but he didn't tear off the paper cleanly. I can see red ink in the paper fragment he left behind. Do I need to examine the red poster again? The title in green ink reads Kung Fu. It's an advertisement for martial art demonstration. It's taking place today at the Green Bow Academy. The red ink on the torn poster matches that of the musical performance poster. It may be a long shot, but there's a chance Gu Xuan will be visiting the Golden Gate Theatre today. I should mark it on my map. Now, how can I leave? There we go. Exit to map. So, we can go to the Imperial Library to search for the poem bit. We can go to the Golden Gate Theatre to see if we can find this printer.
I like the theatre, but I'm not super fussed.
Theater is as good as any. We probably have to do both anyway, so... The sign outside introduced them as the famous Shu twin sisters of Canton. They are performing beautifully on the pipa. Enjoying the show.
Marvelous. Simply marvelous. To think the Zhao sisters were in town, and I only found out about it yesterday. You look like someone who appreciates good music. Are you also an admirer of the twins' famous Pipa duet?
Are we gonna sweet talk with I do like a good performance, or I'm not here for the music?
Honesty. I'd prefer honesty.
Okay. I can certainly appreciate the artistry and skill on display, but unfortunately I'm not here for the music. I am Magistrate Dai Renji from the Justice Department. Are you Gu Shan, the block printer? Yes. No, that was you. Sorry.
Yes, well, no, what I mean is, I am Gu Xuan, but I am no longer doing any printing. How do you know who I am, though?
Your name has come up during a murder investigation.
What? How can that be? I had never hurt a soul.
In that case, you won't mind me asking you a few questions.
I have nothing to hide. Go ahead.
Tell me about yourself.
I was a block printer my whole life. I wasn't a very glamorous job, but I was good at it. It's harder than it looks, you know. Carving individual pieces of wood reliefs takes time, dedication. For years, I had my own shop, mostly printing textiles. Business was steady, but some time ago I decided to take on an apprentice. I once had a master who taught me the craft, and I figured I would pass on my knowledge and get some much-needed help in return. But things didn't work out as I'd imagined. I've made my peace with it though. After all, retirement has its own delights.
Why did you retire?
You're asking me to dig up the past, you understand, events that I would rather forget. All right, even though what happened took place over a year ago, thinking about it stirs up painful memories. As I said before, I took on an apprentice. The first few were mediocre. They could barely keep up. Then a young man from the countryside showed up, quiet and unassuming, almost deceptively so. But underneath, his intelligence and determination matched that of all my previous students put together. In a short period of time, he'd mastered almost all of the skills that it took me years to learn. His name was Han Sing Dong. His success was a great source of pride. I felt a kinship with him and I trusted him. But then, seemingly out of nowhere, everything changed.
Please go on.
Sing Dong became distant, erratic. At times, he seemed unable to focus, as if something was eating at him from the outside. He would ignore my instructions and practice engraving the same symbol over and over and over. I often wondered what thoughts had him so obsessed, so haunted, but alas, I could never muster the courage to ask. One day, things reached a new low. For reasons I've yet to understand, I found out that he'd stolen an entire roll, it should be bolt of silk. When I confronted him, he became hostile. He called me a slave for not seeing the truth and supporting his mission. But in reality, I had no idea what he was talking about. That was the last straw. I had no chance but to turn him away, and it was the last time I saw him. It broke my heart. My business floundered. But I had no wish to carry on any longer. I was ready to move on.
Tell me more about Han Sidong.
What would you like to know?
Any theories about what may have caused his change in behavior?
I'd lie awake at night thinking about that very question, but no clear answer ever emerges. Deep down, I believe something must have happened to darken his heart, something terrible. He was a decent man who was suffering in silence. That much, I feel I know. And to my everlasting regret, I wasn't able to help him overcome his inner demons. Mori line?
Sorry, could someone else have caused this suffering? Perhaps someone who was close to him?
You mean a woman? Oh, it's possible. He never spoke about any one in particular, but... In the early days, I would sometimes catch a glimpse of him smiling to himself. You know, the way that a young man smiles in contentment while daydreaming about their special someone. I never thought much about it, truth be told. Sidong was quite clumsy around the female customers. Kept his head down, almost too shy to even look at them in the eye.
What do you know about his past?
An orphan and a drifter, spending most of his childhood moving from place to place on the other side of the Wei River. Most of his life he was poor and maltreated, never loved, never completely abandoned. He was invisible. When I met him 2 springs ago, he'd just arrived in the city and was looking for work. I took a chance on him, a decision that I don't regret.
I believe your dog wants something.
Yeah, he wants in.
Hmm.
You've given me dinner, but now you're starting to have dinner inside. Let me in. I want to steal some.
Mm-hmm. You said he repeatedly carved the same symbol. Do you recall what it was or what it meant?
How can I forget? Some days his desk would be full of wood blocks engraved with it. Strangely, I never saw him print it on anything. The symbol was thin and wavy, like scratch marks more than anything else. I assumed it was just some random squiggle.
Does the silk stolen by Han Zedong match that of this rose petal?
It looks like it's been dyed, but otherwise the texture and weight is correct. Yes, it looks like the same silk Sidong stole from me.
And you bought this silk from Gwen Wen in the Central Market, is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, Gengwan is the only silk merchant who carries this unique material. I know because I looked long and hard to find silk like this to complement my experimental printing methods. Innovation is the secret to success.
I need to know where you were yesterday between midday and sundown.
My wife and son have been out of town visiting family up north this week. I've spent most of my afternoon seeing old friends. Yesterday, I met up with 3 for a friendly afternoon card game before going on a stroll in the Central Market. That's when I decided to stop by Mrs. Cho's for her famous fish soup. I think I had 2 bowls, maybe 3. In any case, I stayed there a while before heading back home at around dusk.
Oh, he's already married. There goes her, if I ever. Do you know where I can find Han Zedong?
Crazy cat lady forever. He used to have a little shack by the river, but I don't know if he still lives there. Here, I can mark it on your map. Before you go, though, there's something you should know. Just before we parted, he gave me a piece of paper. Said it was a matter of life and death and that I should keep it on me all the time. He said someone would eventually come looking for him, and when it happened, I should give it to them. I don't know how, but I think he knew you would find me. It is yours now. Perhaps you can make sense of it.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Do you really think that Han Zedong is guilty, Magistrate D? On On second thought, you know what? Don't answer. I prefer not knowing.
By itself, this note makes very little sense. What do these numbers represent, and why do some numbers appear to be missing? It looks like the beginning of a Sudoku, really. But, I mean, that's gonna be really difficult to solve without the other squares, so you know which one can't be. Do you want to do the library first then, or go to his house?
I mean, surely we follow the house first.
See, I would think that we would work out the poem thing first and then attack his house with we have all the knowledge. But sure, we can do the house first.
Yeah, alright. If you want to go that way, I'm not fussed.
Okay. I just want to get all our clues sorted.
Oh my god, that is a vibrantly purple paint.
Huh? It's not cheap in this time.
Ah, if it isn't our favorite academic, D. Renji. Look at his cap, you idiot. That's the magistrate you're addressing. I knew. I was just reminiscing with our old friend about the good old days. Seems you've done well for yourself since your days as a scholar, young magistrate.
As my father used to say, luck favors the prepared.
And prepare you did. I remember you spending all of those long nights studying in the corner of the library. You were just such a bookworm.
Those are fond memories.
Ahem. Well then, it was nice to see you again, D. Renji, or should I say, Your Excellency. Smile, smile. If you'll excuse us, we have some pressing business to attend to.
But I...
See you later. And yet they don't go anywhere.
Actually, I was hoping you could help me find a book on the subject of lost and secret writing systems.
I'm sorry, we couldn't possibly help you at the moment. We're working on solving something of our own. Something very important. Ha! Like we were anywhere near finding an answer. I think I'm closer than you. Don't make me come over there and teach you some manners, little brother. Oh god, they're meant to be Mario and Luigi. You don't scare me. You haven't scared me since you stopped growing at the age of 12. Why, you little...
Enough! What in the world's going on here? Why are you two bickering like little children?
It's this stupid challenge. We've been stuck in it all morning. It's so infuriating.
A challenge?
Our colleague from the Ministry of Public Works came by this morning to issue a challenge. Pompous know-it-all, Bo May. You see, we sort of have a friendly competition going between the ministries. Every week we take turns challenging each other to a different intellectual exercise. This week it was Bo's turn to come up with a challenge, and oh boy did he ever. We've been racking our brains on this one all morning. So you see, we'd love to help you, but our reputations are on the line. Besides, our minds are just too preoccupied at the moment.
It's gonna be a Sudoku, isn't it? In that case, perhaps I can offer you some assistance.
It's
Will you help me if I can solve the
tutorial
challenge?
Sudoku.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that would be acceptable. Why not? D. Renji spent so much time here, he's practically one of us.
It's settled then. Let me help you, and you will be free to help me.
Great! Let's begin. Bo-Mei gave us 2 riddles, each one revealing a single word. He said that the title of one of the books in this room contains both of the words.
Okay, so not a Sudoku.
All we need to do is solve the 2 riddles and we'll know the name of the book. He said that the correct book had a signed bookmark inside. If we retrieve the bookmark, we win the challenge.
Okay,
In
first
order,
riddle.
I guess.
Yeah.
Riddle number 1, well, it goes like this. I once stood for more, but the flames ripped through and through. Now I am but a pile. Do you wish to say I miss you?
Okay, and the second riddle?
Riddle number 2 goes like this. I am in the air. And I am everywhere. If you let me be, then you might just see me. If you push me away, I'll go but return someday. My brother and I have managed to write down some possible answers on the scroll in front of you. We're certain the correct answers are in this list. Just use the scroll to point out the 2 correct words. If a book with those words in the title exists, we'll tell you where to find it. We're counting on you, D. Renji. I kind of like smoke for the second one, maybe. Yeah.
I like Ash for the first.
Yeah, I like ash as well. Ash or fire, like something to do with like a forest fire, was what it made me think of.
How do I... Just clicking it doesn't do anything. Yeah, because I was thinking mostly dust, but if you want to go with smoke, we can try smoke.
I go with yours first, that's fine.
They don't seem to do anything regardless.
Do you have to do the second click, like pick them up?
Holding doesn't do anything. Maybe I have to just tell them?
How are we going? Did you solve it yet? Remember, each riddle reveals but a single word. Would you like to hear them again?
No. Yeah. The scroll. We know. Do I have to move these things? No.
Do we have a pen or something that we can, like, in our inventory use on the words?
No, we don't. There has to be just something I'm doing wrong.
Activate the interactable zone things. Maybe there's interactable zones slightly to the left of the words or something that we're not detecting
Just the entire
correctly.
thing. Do I have to do it like really fast? No. Like, how do I... Like, the second I leave, it disappears. And that just takes me back here. Anything else? Like, is there a pen or something? Small plaque reads silence is golden. All the books, as I assume, will be.
Yeah, it's not that, like, the books are around the edge of the room.
Oh. If it is, it's... You won't be able to see it until you have successfully clicked it in. The Kong brothers have come up with some possible answers to 2 riddles. All I need to do is underline the correct ones. Yeah, how do I underline? It's... Something happened there. Yes, okay, so I actually need to make that motion. And you taught smoke. Come on.
Or you wanted dust.
Well, dust for some reason worked, smoke didn't.
Of course, the answer to the first riddle is dust. Oh, ash is the first riddle and dust the second, sorry. Oh, I know this book. It must be Portraits of Ash and Dust. It's a collection of melancholy poems by a number of writers. Oh, yes, that's surely the one. You can find it in bookcase number 3, right behind us.
I would think this would be bookcase number 3, but maybe not. Or like bookcase number 3 in the inner chambers.
We haven't been in there, so if nothing else, it's
nice
nice
bookcase
to find
number
out.
3 is here. This is bookcase number 3.
Left, yeah.
There we go. Just had to go a bit further in to see the numbers above.
The top of the bookcases, yeah.
Found the bookmark. And then I give them the bookmark.
A more sensible filing system than that library we encountered in the that painful filing system in the Sherlock Holmes game.
There it is. Oh, this is you.
There it is, Beaumay's bookmark. We've beaten you now, though, you rascal. And all thanks to our favorite visitor, D. Renji.
I'm glad I could help. Now, on to some pressing business of my own. I'm conducting some research on lost and secret writing systems. Do you know of any books on the subject?
Lost and secret writing systems, you say? I only know of one book which discusses that topic, but... Oh, yes, that book. The one you let that woman steal right from under your nose? I let no such thing happen. She asked to borrow it for a while, and I obliged. You're turning red just thinking about her, aren't you? You know it's against the rules to let an outsider take anything from the library. But all it takes is a wink and a smile from a pretty lady and you'll forget your last name. I'll have you know she told me where to find her. I just haven't had the chance to go down that way, that's all.
So, you have a name and an address then?
Yes, she's Jing Yali. She sells flowers in the central market.
Hmm.
You mean to tell me you've known where to find her and you've just done nothing? Brother, I have to take you out more often.
I'm detecting a fair amount of friction between the two of you. Has something come between you?
I worry about him. He's turned 30 and he's still single with not a prospect in sight. Doesn't mean you have to rub it in my face every chance you get. I get sick of your constant reminders. Do you know my big brother has a wife, a first, a second, and third concubine? How about his 6 beautiful children? Have you heard about all of their adorable tales? If you haven't, you will have by the time you spend 10 minutes with him, and he'll tell you about his perfect family. Oh, dear brother, I never meant to offend you. I was just trying to tell you about my family so you could see how worthwhile it would be to pursue one of your own. Sorry if I was insensitive. I only meant to help you. It's not your fault. This bitterness, I feel, shouldn't be directed at you. I should be happy for you instead. I'm sorry, brother. Forgive my inadequacies.
It seems you two care for each other very much. Now, perhaps if you could each control your tempers a bit better.
Those would be the days. Didn't I tell you, Mengpu, Brother D is just as witty as I remember them? You can say that again.
Thank you. You've both been very helpful.
Come back soon, D. Renji. Your company is always welcome.
So, Flower Girl. Which I now have a reason to talk to. Pardon me, are you Jinjali? Yeah? Do we know each other? My memory is not what it used to be. No, we never met. I'm Magistrate Tirenge. I'm with the Justice Department. Oh, Please forgive my impertinence, Your Excellency. I'm not accustomed to meeting court officials. There's nothing to forgive. We may forgo the formalities for now. Were you looking to buy some flowers, then? No, I'm afraid I have much more serious matters to ask you about. Ask me? I doubt I know anything of importance, and even if I did, I probably can't remember it. But feel free to ask what you want. So, tell me about yourself. Have you always sold flowers for a living? I grew up in the southern province of Yangnan. My parents sold flowers at the local market for as long as I can remember. They taught me the trade when I was still little. But as I got older, I grew tired of the countryside and moved to the city. Chang'an has been my home ever since. You mentioned you have trouble remembering. What did you mean? Well, 2 years ago I was in a carriage accident. I don't recall much of it except for waking up in a ditch, but from that point on my memory has been unreliable. Some people who witnessed the incident later told me that the carriage had fallen over and I was lucky only to have bumped my head. But shortly after, I realized something was terribly wrong. I couldn't remember certain things about my past, about myself. Where I grew up, my siblings' name, what I like to eat. These memories seem faded, often out of reach. Even new memories can be hard to retain unless I make a concerted effort. That's unfortunate, but you seem to be doing well. Some days are better than others. Visual cues usually help jog my memory, so I often write things down. What do you mean by visual cues? Often seeing a word or a drawing can trigger my memory. Even a familiar object sometimes has the same effect. That's why I remembered my hometown. I couldn't recall the name of the village I grew up in until I stumbled onto a lucky charm my mother had given me before I left. You visited the Imperial Library not long ago. Why? I visited the Imperial Library? I honestly can't remember. A man named Kong Menta let you take out a book even though it is strictly forbidden. Do you remember that? He and his brother Kong Mangpu were custodians of the library. I believe he left quite an impression on both of them, especially Meng Tao. I'm sorry, I don't remember any of that. I have no more questions for now, thank you. You have a good day, sir. Okay, so she doesn't remember having the book. And surely, like, if the book is on her person, she'd be like, oh, this book, I thought it was mine.
Allegedly doesn't remember, says chat. No one suspects the flower girl.
Mm-hmm. A rose. The silk rose like the ones found at the crime scenes. But why plant a fake rose in a real flower pot? That's odd. The stem is wet.
It's a contact poison. You've just murdered yourself.
This must be the boat the killer used for his getaway after he murdered Wan Kui on the Paradise Cloud. Time to burgle our way into the house.
He drove the getaway vehicle all the way to his house and didn't, like, dispose of it elsewhere and then walk home.
Okay, so the door is jammed. And the rose is wet. We can't just jam the rose in there. Surely that's not it, the answer. Yeah, don't think that's a good idea.
I don't think the rose is square with little peg things on it.
I don't think so either, but you know. Firmly locked.
The piece of paper we had numbers. Maybe we have to turn the left one to...
I think it was that it couldn't be moved, though. It's jammed.
Okay, until you insert the second one, you can't move the first. Okay.
Is there anything else with this boat?
Inside the pot to the right of the rose pot?
Search into the flower pot. The soil in the pot is wet like it's been watered. But why go through the trouble of planting and watering a fake rose? Unless it's meant to draw my attention. Ah, there is something buried in the soil. Wooden contraption, which is probably then the thing we needed for the door. There we go. Should be able to turn the handles in both directions. And our papers tells us this.
5, 3, 7, 9. No. Those numbers are too big for these numbers, I think. But, print screened in any case.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you have to press them in number order. So maybe you set the first one to 1 and the second one to 2.
Oh, I thought like together they become 5.
Oh, maybe. But then we've got 3 and 7. So
3 we
and
could
3,
make, and 4 and
which
3
is
we could make. It was 1 and... No, it was 5, then 3, and then 7, you said?
No, I think the 3 is telling us that we need to use the 3 on the left, because there's 2 ways that you could make 7. You could do 5 and 2 or 3 and 4. So I think the 3 is telling us that the 3 is on the left. So I think it's 1, 4
Oh,
for the first one.
oh,
For 5.
okay, wait a second. There was something there. I'll just twist this so that we can get the thing again.
Yeah. 1, 4.
No, it didn't give me the text again. It said something about how to solve this,
The
and...
text was saying... The text said you input 3 answers.
Okay. Fine. But it
So
it
it's
said
1
it
and
said it
4.
only needed so many turns. One and 4.
Yep. Then 3 and 4. Can you change which direction you turn it as well? Like if
No.
you do the left-hand side of it or the right-hand side, does it
Nope.
change which direction?
Oh no, it does.
Because
No,
the
it
little
didn't.
the little indicator does change.
Ah, it does. It does.
Yeah. So now you want 4 and 5. So you need to turn right, not left. Like you need to use the minimum number of turns. Yeah.
Yes, it's opened.
All right.
Hooray! And we find the silk.
There's the silk.
Here's the leftover silk Han Zedong stole from Guchuan. He crafted each rose meticulously with this material. Same thing. Here's the wood block thing. Han Zedong never stopped practicing his woodblock carving skills. He was obviously very smart, gifted even. What turned him into such a violent predator?
Is this the Sudoku?
A note was removed from here. I can't make out what was left of it. It reads the Silk Rose Assassin. It reads Shu Lin Fei, beloved daughter of Shu Dan. The walking stick is her weakness. Her name is circled and crossed out. It reads Empress Wu, mother of the roses. They are her weakness. Her name is circled. It reads Shi Wenyan, beloved wife of Lam Haifeng. The book is her weakness. Her name is circled and crossed out. It reads Wan Kui Kui, unattached, must use force. Her name is circled and crossed out. It reads Women's script is the key. That's how they communicate. They are her weakness. Her name is circled. No, it doesn't help. So the rumors were true. Not only did the Empress
Can you pick up the little red thing?
No, I don't think so. Not only did the Empress sanction the use of clandestine forces, she gave birth to a secret weapon of her very own, a group of 4 female assassins codenamed the Silk Roses. Zhu Linfei, Shi Wenyan, and Wan Kuikui, all 3 were once members of this group, but one person has been taken off this board and remains unaccounted for. Highly skilled and intelligent, they use a secret writing system called Women's Script to communicate, which means the Empress herself must know this language as well. But each of them returned to normal lives around 2 months ago. Were the Silk Roses disbanded? Yes, that makes perfect sense. Once the Empress officially took over power, it would have been politically unattainable for her to condone such a faction within her own regime. It had to be swept under the rug. But somehow, Han Xidong found out about all of this and orchestrated a plot to take out the Silk Roses one by one. How did he know about them? Did he witness one of the Silk Roses kill someone? Or worse, was he related to one of their targets? Whatever the reason, his plan was ultimately aimed at taking out the person who started it all. But how does he intend to reach the Empress? She is virtually untouchable within the confines of the royal palace. Unless he's luring her out. She's walking straight into his trap. No, I can't take the silk cloth. Okay, great.
Maybe his sister was one of them, and that's how he knows, because his sister came back, and his sister's the missing one.
It's a piece of silk cloth with an odd symbol printed on it. This must be the symbol Guxuan Han Xidong practice. Its style resembles that of the 6 mysterious characters left on the crime scene. Is there anything else around here? No. And I think I looked at everything in the chest.
Yeah,
I looked at all of those. There's no further bits into the house I can go. Wait, back? Okay, that's just back here. Now where do we go? Do we go to the Justice Department and assemble our squad? Oh, do we show the...
I can't imagine the other people would be helpful.
Do we show it to the woman who, for 2 months ago, lost her memory or whatever it was? Could she be the last one? If she sees the symbol, will she remember anything?
Flower girl?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like, since she's the one who took out the book and everything, maybe she'll remember if she sees the symbol. I have no reason to give that to her. Okay, fine. And we have nothing more to talk about. Darn.
You can't give her a flower?
Oh, we might be able to give her a flower. No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
I
The only thing that
couldn't.
occurs to me is ask the librarians if they've seen this symbol whilst we can present them with the symbol on the piece of silk.
Hmm. Hmm. Sure, let's head to the library. No, don't see how that can help, and I wouldn't think that it's a different dancer with the other brother. Can I now steal the plaque, though? May I borrow this plaque?
That thing, you can have it. Someone ordered the entire crate of them by mistake. We've more of them than we know what to do with.
In that case... Yoink. Because maybe when she sees the plaque, she will remember.
As long as I don't, like, stab her with the plaque or something.
No, I think it's just like she sees something in writing and she remembers it. Maybe she will remember visiting the library if she sees the plaque. Maybe I'm grasping at straws. Does this look familiar? Yes, it does. Where have I seen this before? Of course, it's the plaque from the Imperial Library. That's where I met those two funny brothers. The tall one was particularly nice. He let me take a book with me, but I don't remember reading the book or where I put it. Oh dear. They must think I stole it. I should go back there and apologize. This happens to me all the time. Memories fade in and out. What's worse, I lose things constantly. Do you know why you took out a book about obscure writing systems? Is that what it was? It's not coming back to me. I can't think of why I would have been interested in that. I'm so sorry. I wish I could somehow remember more. Do you now remember this? Does this symbol mean anything to you? Yes, I recognize this. This symbol. I've been searching for it. It's something from my past that I did not want to forget. But now, it feels like an entire part of my past has been unlocked. I can remember. Tell me more. Growing up in a small village, a young girl like me had little chance of learning how to read and write, or at least that's what the men believed. My mother and others like her secretly taught their daughters a special writing system, one reserved only for women. We simply called it women's script. Not all girls knew it, of course. It was difficult to learn and even harder to master. But once learned, this script became a way for us sworn sisters to communicate with each other, to explore the magic of the written word through poetry and art. Unfortunately, after my carriage accident, I had lost the ability to read or write a single character. Yet I knew that this knowledge was within me, I just needed to unlock it somehow. That's why I went to the Imperial Library. I'd hoped that my hunches were true and that surrounded with all that knowledge I could find something that could spark my memory. But the book I thought might have answers proved to be useless. It contained no mention of women's script, only languages invented by men and their grand ambitions. In my frustration, I threw it into the river. But thanks to you and this symbol, it's all coming back. You see, this symbol itself means women, a woman. It's the first character we learn to write. Now I can't wait to return home and practice. I can't let it fade away again. That's remarkable. I had no idea such a script existed. I suppose that's the point. If men want to exclude us, then we have no choice but to create our own paths, far away from your judgment and suspicions. Point well taken. Let's hope men and women can continue to strive for a better union. Okay, so now
So
we
we
know...
need to go to the river?
I don't know. Do we even need that book then? We wanted the book to understand the symbol, but now we know the symbol. But we haven't progressed any.
Maybe that lets us understand the symbol that was in the box?
What box?
The chest in the guy's house.
Let's see. Just woman's script. Top note. Where was it? Silk Rose Assassin. What? I thought you could read all of this. I didn't think there was anything that he couldn't understand. It was just the note that's been ripped. Yeah, they're all... There doesn't seem to be any symbols.
Okay.
The wood block? Oh, no.
Ah, does it let us read the silk? Can we inspect our red piece of silk more?
The silk is gone.
Or present it to her again?
Okay, so we need to find a way to read women's script. So we need...
Okay, so now we can present it to her. Okay.
We probably could that all... Oh, it's stuck. Could do that all along. I just forgot that we had the other note.
Yeah, don't stress.
And if she...
Maybe now, because before she didn't have her memory.
Yeah, but before I left from here... Can you read all of this? I need you to look at one more thing for me. Can you tell me if this is women's script? Why, yes, this is indeed women's script, but I'm a bit rusty. Can you read it? I think so. I believe it says, "Meet alone, Crown Prince, resting place." Does that mean anything to you? I'm afraid it does. It's the final stage of his plan. This message was for her along. The murders, the notes, the handmade silk roses. It was all leading to this, a way to lure her out of the royal palace and into the open. He knew she would recognize the victims and the symbolic roses. He knew she could read women's script. But most importantly, he knows she'll do anything to cover up this dark stain in her past. That's why she can't refuse to meet him. That's why she may go alone. How foolish of me. All those clues, all those deductions, I led her directly to him. Now with this message, he's told her exactly where to find him. Dark Stain? Royal Palace? Are you talking about the... I'm sorry, I've said too much. I must go now. Thank you for all your help. You're welcome. Best of luck to you. So, the only reason she's alive is because the killer must have observed her and realized that she can't remember who she is. And that's why that note has been ripped away. Like, she's no longer important because she doesn't know who she is. The Crown Prince. That must be a reference to Yi Song.
She's not guilty if she can't remember?
No, not guilty, but, like, her death wouldn't have any meaning since she can't remember anything. I don't know.
But isn't the meaning of the deaths to make the queen worried and to send the queen a message? So that doesn't matter whether the girl that's being murdered has a memory or not.
True. Then it's probably not her and there's someone else on that fourth note. The Emperor's firstborn son and heir to the throne before he died suddenly at the age of 23. Some speculated that a power struggle between him and his mother was the true cause of his demise, but those rumors of foul play were never proven. Yisung's tomb is on the outskirts of the city, on the mountain to the east. That must be what he means by resting place. The Empress confiscated the evidence from the Justice Department last night, which means she would have left this morning. If I make haste, I could still catch up to her. I must hurry. Hurry! Oh, how we rush.
Oh, it's the only place we're allowed to go.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a save.
Oh yeah, probably wise too.
Reaching the very end.
This abandoned cart looked like it's been there for a while. Let's quick save. Oop. Just in case something goes wrong.
Bad end.
Commander Yao. Renji. What happened here? Her Majesty is in peril. You must save her. That madman ambushed us. You're hurt. Never mind that. The Empress is trapped inside the tomb. You have to get her out before she drowns. Now, about this ambush. Tell me what happened. How was the Empress ambushed? Earlier this morning, the Empress asked me to come with her on an important mission. She wouldn't tell me anything about it, only that it needed to be kept secret. When we arrived here, the tomb entrance was open. I could sense the danger, but she said she had to go in. Wasn't able to let her go by herself, so we entered together. As we made our way into the inner corridor, a booby trap was set off. The Empress pushed me out of the way before a large metal gate trapped her inside. That's when I saw him. He opened a water valve and ran for the exit. You mean Han Zedong? Is that his name? I told you, the Empress didn't tell me anything. I chased him down these steps, but he managed to surprise me with the strike of his dagger. But the scoundrel never saw my post coming either. With all my strength, I thrust my sword into his ribcage. The trail of blood behind you. Follow it, Avenger. I'm certain he could not have made it very far. Okay, so are we supposed to save her or follow the blood trail? You're giving us two different things here. That wound looks bad. It's nothing. The Empress is all that matters now. I shouldn't have let Her Majesty fall for that trap. I should have protected her. You did her best. You did everything you could under the circumstances. Han Zedong was in control. Don't give up on yourself now. Think of the loved ones who care for you. Think of your father, your mother, never mind? Well, we have no idea.
Yep.
Oh, wait. No, we do. Isn't she the daughter of the coroner? Think of your father. Your father, Coroner Yao. How did you know he was my father? Coroner Yao told me he had an estranged daughter. At first, I did not see the connections, but slowly they came into light. In truth, the clues were abandoned, the same last name, each servant in the imperial court, both possessing the same sharp-tongued honesty. But what clinched it was his behavior after your visit to the Justice Department to confiscate the evidence. I didn't see you that night, but I knew that the Empress wouldn't have trusted anyone else for the job. Once I saw his reaction the following morning, I knew. Your father loves you very much. Now you must fight. I'll get you some help as soon as the Empress is secured. I'm sorry I doubted you, Direnche. Ooh, family matters. Hang in there, Commander Yao. Okay, so we gotta get in here. 5 plates. From the top going clockwise, these symbols represent the 5 essential elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water.
Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water.
But we have no... I need the key. We don't have the key. So we need to follow him.
Are the lanterns outside? Oh. Too late. Here he is, my love. Just like I promised you.
It's over now, Han Sidong. I know what you've done and why you did it. Give up now before it's too late.
Did you hear that, my love? The great D. Renji thinks he knows the truth. Tell me, detective, what do you think you know?
I know that you're a murderous coward. You killed Shulin Fei, Shi Wenjian, and Wan Kuikui. Now you're attempting to kill the Empress. No more games. Tell me how to open the tomb store so this madness may come to an end.
A coward? Oh. Your precious Empress corrupts the souls of innocents and sends them to do her bidding, and you say I'm the coward? Oh. You know nothing of the truth, D. Renji. Nothing of the depths of that woman's depravity. But you will know the truth. My beloved Sun Ying will not die in vain.
Who did you... Sun Ying? You mean the maidservant who killed the Korean ambassador in Penglai?
He remembers you, my love. Think hard, detective. You were there that night. Did you really believe that Sun Ying committed suicide because of the odious rat? Or that she loved him?
I knew something was off, that much is true, but it was just a feeling. I couldn't figure out why, but it all seemed staged.
You're beginning to understand, aren't you? All you need is a willingness to look behind the curtain. Why do you think I've kept you so close this whole time? I want you to see. You were fooled once, but now open your eyes and see the truth.
Sun Ying was an assassin. A sloppy assassin, but apparently, but... Sun Ying was an assassin. She was a member of the Silk Roses, the fourth member whose name you removed from your board.
Finally, you're catching on. Her real name was Gong Zhaojia. She was the very first Silk Rose recruited by then Consort Wu. A trained assassin of the highest order, she excelled at becoming invisible. She could become anyone, make you believe anything. Do you see now?
Yes, I'm starting to see. Ambassador Choi's death was made to look like a love affair gone wrong, but it was in fact an assassination ordered by Consort Wu. It was all perfectly staged. First, Sun Yin infiltrate the staff, an easy task that could have been achieved by bribing the previous maidservant. Then she manufactured a romance between her and Choi, the central lie that would trick all of us. Once he was hooked, his death would be made to look like a crime of passion instead of a politically motivated assassination.
That's it. Go on.
Consort Wu knew that she could pick up the pieces of the stalled treaty if it looked like the Korean ambassador was also at fault. The emperor was sick and she was on the brink of power. Securing the credit for such a marquee treaty was ultimately what she was after. She saw an opportunity to gain more ground in her fight for the throne, and at the expense of her husband's legacy, she seized the moment. But why the suicide? Why did Sun Ying have to die?
He's almost there, my love. Ugh. Sacrifice, solidarity, sisterhood. This was their creed. The Silk Roses were formed for one purpose alone: to bolster the campaign of the first female empress. At any cost. Now, do you understand why the ruthless tyrant must be eliminated? She poisoned the heart of those women for her own gain. Is there any higher crime?
I'm sorry. Are we pretending that all the male emperors that have preceded this have never corrupted anyone? That's fine.
Ah, but they were corrupting the hearts of men. That's all right.
Ah, but you're the one who killed them and took their hearts. Why not spare them if we blame the Empress?
I took their hearts so they could be cleansed and redeemed. They no longer suffer the stain of corruption and shame because of it.
You would kill just to appease your own morbid sense of justice. Those women deserve better than that. You're the one who's been blinded by vengeance and hatred.
I had to do it for Sun Ying. I had to be strong. Isn't that right, my love? She turned you against me, but now, can you see what I'm capable of? We were inseparable as children. You were supposed to grow old with me, until that monster sank her claws into you. Suddenly you changed, said that I was too weak to understand your new purpose. But don't you see how strong I have become?
Enough. Your wound is worsening. Tell me how to open the tomb's door. Enough damage has already been done.
At last, we will be together. No more distractions, no more missions. I'm so tired. Tell them what happened to us, D. Renji. Tell them what kind of person sits on the throne. You must tell them.
Yes, how dare 4 women decide on their own? There's something in his hand. I'm assuming that's just wrongly colored now. Let's see. How did they decide that that was a cause they deemed good enough to sacrifice themselves for? Okay, let's see. What was this again? It was oh, play our song.
But our song was like number of hits.
Yeah. But it's the same thing. It's in the same pattern. It was left 1, up 3. No, nothing happened. Must be the wrong combination. Okay, so it's not the same thing, just differently.
Did you check if the lanterns outside were a thing? I'm sorry.
3, 4. The lantern outside? These? No, I didn't. It reads later forged by fire and sealed by water. Okay, great. So this was actually the thing. First plane and now hollowed earth. So hollowed earth and then fire and then water.
No, Earth gold, because hallowed Earth will mean gold, and that's
Oh.
what the...
Okay. So,
So bottom right,
Earth?
bottom right, bottom left. So that's Earth, and then hallowed Earth, which is gold.
Metal?
And then it was
Fire?
water and then fire, or fire, water? Fire is top right,
Okay, was it...
and then water is top left.
Was it water?
No?
Later forged by fire and sealed by water.
Okay, so maybe it doesn't want hallowed to be gold, which seems weird.
First plain and now hollowed earth. It seems to only want 3.
So, bottom right, and top left.
Yeah. It's just, it didn't want metal in there.
Okay.
Got it. It's opening. Then let's
I
go
thought
and...
this was meant to be a flood of water. Okay.
I mean, eventually, should I?
Dear Renji, you're here. How did you find me?
I followed Hansidong's trail.
So you know about him?
Yes, I also know about the Silk Roses and Sang Ying.
Then we have much to talk about, but not here, not now.
You're right. I will not delay your rescue if you can make me a promise.
You dare negotiate with me?
I simply want to know the truth. I think I've earned it. If we make it out of here, allow me one more audience with you. But no more secret, no more lies.
Minister Wang and my husband were right. You are quite extraordinary, D. Renji. Very well, you will have your answers. You have my word. Now please get me out of here.
Okay, so this is the slot, but we need something to put in it. The rod is missing.
Terracotta army people?
These stone warriors have been stripped clean of their weapons.
That one has a crack at the bottom, the one in the middle.
There's a wooden tablet here. What does the wooden tablet say? Oddly, there's no text on this tablet. But what are these wavy lines carved all around its surface? Yixing was Emperor Gaozong and Consort Wu's firstborn son. He was the crown prince and heir to the throne, but he did not live to see his 24th birthday. His mysterious death further ignited rumors of foul play within the royal family. His coffin lacks any markings or decorations, perhaps a sign of the mystery that surrounded his premature death. Wait, stand there. Let's make sure we don't miss anything now. Yeah, that was all.
So a blank wooden thing and a coffin that we can't open.
Yeah, it has some waves, whatever that might mean.
And it doesn't look like you can interact with the cracked one like I'd hoped.
I don't see any way to stop this water from coming in. I have to focus on getting the Empress out. I don't need to talk to you. I just want to figure out how to...
Have you found a way to open the gate?
Hmm. I mean, I guess we could stop one of them by shoving this in there.
Does the wood go in the other thing?
What if this tablet was soaked in water? Wet wooden tablet added to inventory. Oh, that wasn't... I was thinking of just plugging the hole. The characters on this tablet
It's
were painted
cleaned the tablet.
on with some kind of water repellent. The water has darkened the wood.
It says water fire gold.
Hmm? We can
go back to the door and...
Yeah. Water, fire, metal. Will I even see the door though? Like, how do I... Apparently not.
The door is gone forever.
The door is gone.
But there is water here. There is fire here.
Since I'm
And there is
trying this anyway.
Metal? The bars?
Probably won't
We've already
work.
put it in water. Can you put the thing that we just the thing that we just cleaned with water
Ah.
in fire?
Probably. I think it was
the
in
left,
here. Here's a fire thing.
Okay, I was thinking of the one between the two water fountains, but yeah,
Okay.
that works as well.
I can try the one between the two water fountains because this one didn't work. It wasn't a thing. No.
Aww.
Hmm.
Can we ask the queen about the new symbols?
Oh, sure. We can try to present it to her. Probably won't work.
Okay.
What else do we have here? We have a silk rose petal, a strange note, a silk rose, and a wet wooden tablet. I feel like we need something for this. How does it look? This looks promising. There's an opening where a handle can be inserted. With any luck, this is the lever that controls the gate. There's nothing in here.
Doesn't let you.
There's
So
not.
maybe walk the length of this space and check that anything has been missed from interaction zone.
Sure. If so, I would imagine it's on the path to here, because at that point we weren't really looking for things. We were heading to find the Empress.
We didn't pixel scrub, sure.
We didn't pick the scrub this area. There was a cart. Surely they wouldn't put the cart there unless it was a wooden rod. Damn you, wooden rod. It's like, okay, but why would they put a wooden cart there just to show that this was abandoned? That doesn't make any sense. Not to make it, like, interactable. So, can I now jam that rod into this slot? It fits. Let's see what happens when I pull this handle. Not exactly what I was hoping for. And now we get the thing. Okay, so you said it was first...
Well, we need to look at it again. I didn't print screen it, but it was like wood... It was water, fire, and earth, wasn't it?
Water, fire, metal.
Yeah, water, fire, metal. Yeah, metal is gold. Gold.
So water, fire, metal.
Oh, we never used the tomb for anything.
A short time later.
I suppose I should thank you for saving my life, dear Renji. Then again, I seem to remember you questioning my authority twice since your arrival. Perhaps you should be the one to be thankful that you're still a free man.
With all due respect, Your Majesty, inaction in the face of injustice is no freedom at all. What use is the mantle you've given me if I cannot perform my duty to maintain order?
What do you know of order? Do you know how many times I've averted chaos from behind the cloak of obscurity? Our history is full of despicable rulers, callous men who cared for nothing but their own vanity. Do you really think I was the first person with power to wield a covert police force? Or that I was the first to use fear as a weapon?
We all have choices to make. I've made mine, and I accept whatever consequences they may bring upon me. But do you accept responsibility for fostering the environment of hatred and secrecy that unleashed Hang Zedong? You had a hand in creating the monster that he became. The path of fear and intimidation you speak of leads only to death and revolt.
And what would you have me do? Sit idly by while countless snakes encircle me, waiting for their chance to strike?
I am but a lowly servant in a vast imperial court. I do not presume to have all the solutions. But I do know this: if we cannot hold firm to our beliefs in times of adversity, then what meaning is there in holding them at all? I trust or I doubt. I feel like trust is more positive.
I believe trust is more positive as well, but...
I trust Your Majesty will do the right thing. My only wish now is to bring this case to an end. I need to hear the truth from you.
I don't want to say we doubt that she'll do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Very well. I will keep my promise. You have my attention.
It was you who formed the Silk Rose Assassins. Why did you do it?
My husband, Gao Zong, was becoming weaker with each passing day, deteriorating mentally and physically. Unless I took charge, the others would have stolen away what was rightfully mine, and I couldn't let that happen. Whether anyone believes it or not, the throne was my destiny. So I formed the Silk Roses in order to control my own fate. The women were like sisters to me. I chose them because they were loyal, beautiful, and deadly. Today, one last member joins our ranks. By doing so, she swears to live by our code of sacrifice, solidarity, and sisterhood. You represent my sharpest, clearest eyes, my sharpest ears, and my swiftest hands. You may operate in the shadows, but your impact will be felt for generations to come. For far too long, our voices have been trampled, but now we will be heard. May you be as fluid and enthralling as the purest of silks, as exquisite and fiery as the reddest of roses. And when the time comes, may the silk run red.
Sacrifice, solidarity, and sisterhood.
They were like family to me. You could never understand.
Sun Ying was the first Silk Rose, wasn't she? Did you order her suicide?
Sun Ying was the first and the best, but that wasn't what made her special. She was unique because she believed in me more than anyone else. Sometimes I think she believed in me more than I did. The assassination of Ambassador Choi was never meant to be her last mission, but she insisted it was the only way. She planned all of it, the setup, the timing, the ending. She even planned your involvement.
My involvement?
She'd done her research, a new, youngly appointed magistrate, eager, inexperienced. You were the perfect investigator for the case. But I suppose she underestimated you. I suppose we all did.
What do you know about Han Si-dong?
Not nearly enough, apparently. When I first met Sun Ying, she told me about a boy from her childhood. He adored her and followed her everywhere. The boy was weak, no match for her strength and intelligence, a setback waiting to happen.
That's why you asked her to cast him aside?
I asked her to rid herself of things that would endanger the cause. I never imagined he was capable of such destruction.
Why use women's script to communicate?
I heard rumors of a secret language passed on from mother to daughter many years ago, but I didn't understand its power. I'd lived a privileged life when I imagined a world in which I was forbidden to learn how to read or write. If I was to succeed, it seemed only fitting that I used women's script to vanquish the naysayers. After all, my sisters are my allies.
Thank you, Your Majesty. You spoke when you could have stayed silent.
And you, Di Renji, will you repeat my story of the Silk Roses? Will you tell of my past misdeeds?
Han Si-dong's final wishes were for me to tell his story to the world, but his is a story of fear and loathing.
What are you saying?
You were right about one thing, Your Majesty. You were not the only, nor will you be the last ruler to justify the use of extreme measures. But one thing now sets you apart. These 4 dead women will forever claim a piece of your conscience, and I believe you will honor their sacrifice. For that reason, I will not speak of the Silk Roses beyond these walls. The people deserve better. They deserve hope. The rest, Your Majesty, is up to you. Or we die.
Let him pass. Magistrate D has work to do and the Justice Department needs him.
At night by the Dream Pagoda. Back here again, but it feels different this time. Something's changed. Hello there. Ahem.
I will miss you, D. Renji.
Is this a farewell?
For a little while. But tell me, you solved the case, yet your heart does not rest. Why?
How can I rest when I know I could have done more? Hansidong was right. From the very beginning, I was fooled into the belief that I knew my mission and those I could trust, but the truth eluded me. I believed that it was the Empress who needed saving, but it was Sun Ying who haunted me all along. It was I who needed redemption from my failure in Penglai, my failure to prevent her death. Had I done so, Hansidong would have never turned into a killer, and perhaps the other roses would have been spared.
Greatness cannot be untangled from responsibility and guilt, for not all those in need of saving can be rescued.
But where does it all lead?
Take the first step and the second will follow, and so on and so forth. In time, you will find your own path to glory. Rise now to the peak. She is waiting.
Thank you, friend. I want you to know that I tried my best to save you and the others. Perhaps, to some degree, we all have blood on our hands. That's something I will have to live with for the rest of my life. But I've come to accept that some of us aren't meant to find peace. Some of us must stand alone, on guard, ready for the next wrong to be made right, ready to shoulder the heaviest of burdens. That is my responsibility, my duty. I understand that now, and I intend to bear it with all my power. May you rest in peace, Sun Ying. And we have credits, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Roll credits.
Okay. Yeah, that did end up being over just over 4 hours. So that would have been too long in one go for me yesterday. But we managed to do it in 2 sittings, so yay.
Yeah.
So
What did we think of it?
I think the writing stayed fairly consistent to itself throughout the entire story. I felt that it's very well written with like a clear story throughout. I do feel like the puzzle bits from the point and click bit are a bit I wouldn't say underdeveloped because they are there when they need to be. But I feel like I feel like comparing itself, because I think it is, that it going back to the traditional point and click, and I think it has more dialogue than it has the puzzle and inventory bits. Like most of your time, you're gonna be listening to reading, in our case, dialogue. I don't mind that, but I know that's not everyone's cup of tea when they find a point and click detective game. They wanna click the objects and mishmash things together, that sort of thing.
I would say that it's telling a story more than it is actually like a murder mystery where you're like, who done it? I need to point out who's actually done it out of these people. But I think that's probably more of a like cultural thing than anything else. I didn't dislike the story. The pixel art was simple but did its job. I never really found things confusing about the pixel art or what things were. We never thought something was something else entirely, and that caused us a trouble.
No. At no point.
There were some issues with interactive zones and knowing what things were things we could interact with, but there's always the show me the interactive button.
Yeah.
To get you out of that.
There is. If you use that button more often than what I did, then yeah, you would never find yourself really in trouble in that sort of aspect. Like, I can definitely see that we could have cut down, I would assume, hours if we just immediately every scene just spammed the button and didn't try for ourselves first. Like, the way we played it is we run around and we try everything, and if we get stuck, then we use the button a bit, or if we're certain that we have done everything, we just want a confirmation that the zone is empty, then we press the button. But if you just walked into every room and the first thing you do is press that button, you click the things that it wants you to click, and you'll leave, you could definitely shave down the time. I just don't think you will have a particularly fun experience, but that's to each their own.
Well, that's it. That's, I think, for the people that consider the point and clicky bit not the bit and that just want to see the characters' dialogues and the story unfold.
I did find
it was a good length. It wasn't super short.
Yeah. No, I think like
I was really worried at the start that it was just going to be that one first murder and the end.
No. I knew it was going to be longer than that.
For our next game.
No, I knew it was going to be longer than that because I knew it said about 5 to 6 hours, I think, on how long to beat. And usually when there's two of us and we're waiting for the lag and reading the dialogue, you can usually double it, roughly. Like a little bit less than double, but still. So I knew it wouldn't be done that quickly. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I don't feel like it overstayed its welcome. It had four chapters. That's enough for it. I think anything more would have pushed it. So yeah. The only thing about the art style is I find it slightly strange that the cat is the only thing in the entire game that has eyes.
I did find it somewhat off-putting at times that the people's mouths would move around to the top of their faces while they were talking. Like, the mouth animations were sometimes a bit off.
Yeah.
I think the terracotta soldiers had eyes.
They might have. But I meant like of the things that are living.
Of
like
people. Yeah, of people, yeah.
So the only thing we ever saw the eyes of that was living things were the cats. None of the people or other creatures, just the cats. But yeah, that's a minor little thing. I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed
Yeah, I did too.
Mhm. Very well. With that, I believe we will end Detective Dye and the Silkross Monitor until the next time the senior detectives will venture forth to solve another mystery. Until then, goodbye.
Bye bye.